a day, you miss a lot. You miss a week, you miss a lot. You miss 2 weeks, well, it could be bad. Let me settle in. Oh, oh good lord. And my lungs are like shot. I'm becoming a fat old man. Ah, damn turkey. Oh, it is beating me up. Just settling in, grabbing all my stuff. Should be a fairly simple one tonight. Huh. Interesting. I think it's because my shit isn't centered. I don't expect too many of you guys to see this tonight. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you're all with family, friends. If not, well, you can come here and watch. Me and the wife celebrated Thanksgiving, no kids. But we still got like a ridiculous sized turkey. I'll be eating for like a week. Thank God for turkey. I love my turkey. If only I had a Napper Crapper 2000. Tonight will be a fairly boring stream, I guess we'll say. Probably won't go all that long either. Uh, it's basically, I with the new printer, I've been kicking out model after model, and I've got some other models I did on the old printer beforehand. So everything's got to get changed over to black, which means we'll be bringing back the Neo Echo airbrush. Let's see if it's even loaded. I need a little water for mixing and cleaning and all that fun stuff. I haven't airbrushed in a while, so shout out to Barbados Rex, the man who knows airbrushes like the back of his hand. His channel finally hit 100,000 subscribers. I think that was well overdue. He got his button and everything. He if you're ever going to buy airbrushing equipment, anything else, I highly recommend Barbados Rex. Go look at his reviews. He must have like 100 airbrushes, I swear. He's just a model hobbyist, but he's hardcore with the airbrushing. And what he does is he'll take his airbrush, break it down, and then he uses spoons, like plastic spoons, and paints them to see how the coating's going on, everything else, and we'll give you his review on it. He's legit. He's honest. Real good dude. Older man. I think he's like 60. Great guy, though. I am so like dragging my ass right now. Oh, but yeah, let me do this. So yeah, we'll be using the Neo Echo tonight. Get a little water in it. Uh-oh. Well, that's a fail right there. Hopefully I got another one handy. Looks like my eyedropper from lack of use has seen better days. Throw that one out. Let's see what I got. Swear to God. I swear to God, I had like 50 of these things just laying here. This is what happens. I stop airbrushing for 5 minutes and misplace all my shit. Oh, there we go. I see one. Let's load you up. Let's make sure that our needle is good and clear. Oh God. That thing is throwing that water. Down here, this is called a MAC valve. Lets you control the power of your airflow directly on the brush instead of having to adjust at the actual compressor. And this was probably the hardest thing for me to get a handle on when I first got the airbrush. Because this airbrush, I don't know if it's on sale Black Friday, but it's right around $40. 110% worth it for what you're getting. They give you 3 different size needles, nozzles, the whole 9 yards. The older model came with the red cup. The newer model came with a black, well, depending if you get it in red or black, comes with that color cup, but then also now comes with a silver cup because the paint has a tendency to chip. So you don't want those paint chips going in when you're trying to get a good spray. Hopefully my sound's good. Let me see. I can check my sound. Yep, sounds good. I love it. Somebody hopped in just to show me a little love and give me a like on a Thanksgiving day, and I appreciate you for that. Whoever did that. I know there's nobody watching really right now, but you know, just in case somebody watches this after the fact, I got to give a shout out, special shout out to Devin, special shout out to Sheree. Both of you are awesome. Sheree, thank you, like for contacting me today and just wishing me a happy Thanksgiving and everything. It really meant the world to me. Appreciate the hell out of that. Um, Same thing for Devin. Thank you. Like I have not been in my normal news channels, stuff like that. Like I said, I'm taking a brain break from it. But even then, it doesn't mean we're not friends. And thanks for checking in on me. I appreciate both you guys. It was awesome. But anyway, oh God. So I skipped streaming Thursday, last Thursday. I was up for 72 hours. I got some bad news on Monday, and I literally stayed awake just contemplating different things and coming to terms with certain things and everything else. Still not completely there yet, but just realized there's not shit I can do. But it kept me awake for like 72 hours throughout my entire sleep schedule. And maybe I'll get into funny as hell, but maybe I'll get into how, because I needed to kind of the thing is when something's broken you can't fix it, and you feel like you can fix anything and you can take on the world or just punch it in the face if you need to. When you finally come face to face with something that no matter what you do, you can't fix it. It's You're just never going to be able to fix it. So I came to terms with it a little bit in my head and then had to I need to switch my brain from what I was thinking about to something completely different. So what I ended up doing was, oh, by the way, time to get this black paint going. I might even open a new bottle. This one's about shot. So I just popped the problem into my head that has no solution to it. Right? Solve for X is what I like to call it. And X can be anything. Solve for proof that there is a God, right? In this case, I solved for time and the perception of time and time possible time travel. How would it happen? So that might be a funny thing I'll talk about. Just something way the fuck out there and out of left field, and tell you guys what I was going through in my brain, like the solutions and stuff. Howdy, Paul. How are you? Happy Thanksgiving down there. Hopefully it was a good one. Hopefully you had a good one, sir. You and the fam. Good lord, I might be able to actually like kill one of these lights because of how bright they are with the white background. The white background is going to be black eventually. That light's pretty good. Let me try this one. That'll work. Set the mood a little bit. Thank you for the happy turkey day, Paul. Appreciate you. But yeah, I like seriously. Sometimes I do. I put my brain into overdrive, just trying to like wrap shit out, even though I know there's actually no solution to the problem. You know what I mean? Like I said, like solve for their, X equals this is God's existence, right? And I did this with time and time travel, and like it's kind of interesting. Um, Scientifically, it would be interesting. The other thing I'll probably end up talking about is the Feast of All Saints, how it started, like what it actually was. And that one's kind of a shorter story. That's just me and a couple of my buddies back in the day when we were kids, because all of us were like each other's family. So, the Feast of All Saints, I started working retail. Like I was either working the bar, but then the bar started closing on Thanksgivings, and then I started working retail, which means I worked every goddamn Thanksgiving. You got a dog? I mean, that's awesome, Paul, that you got all that going on, but you got a dog? Can't believe you got a dog. Should be liquid enough. All right, let's see who we're going to coat first. I think we shall go with Gandalf first. Gandalf here blackened. Yeah. So working retail or whatever, my mother would still cook dinner or what have you, and just set me a plate aside basically. And then it became me and my buddies. Everybody would come over after they were done with their families and bring a plate of food from their house. Some turkey, some, candied yams, some stuffing, whatever, because everybody's family cooks different. And the rules were you could only be a core member. You engaged in polite conversation first and smoked weed. So we'd rip bongs. And then when everybody is good and baked, one of us would announce the Feast of All Saints will commence. And so there was like five guys that were there consistently, I'd say, that didn't miss a one. It was legit just a core group of friends. And the rules were once the feast commenced, you were not allowed to talk at all. You could only feast. You could only eat. And if you wanted something, like say you wanted some potato salad, or like a potato salad, like stuffing, you would grunt and point at it. So and point at it, and then somebody would pass it to you. And those were the rules until everybody was finished eating. But it was all guys. No girlfriends were allowed. There was only one exception ever made for this one girl, and she adhered to the rules. But all the guys had to vote on it ahead of time and everything else. But we did this for many, many years. Um, Even when I left New Jersey, they carried on the tradition for a while. And then after Guido's passing, unfortunately, it kind of went the wayside. But yeah, the Feast of All Saints was just kind of a special thing between a bunch of us. Very nice. A boxer, huh? Yeah, nice, very nice dogs. Very loyal. Pretty mellow. Let me get a little more air on that. Yeah, boxers are good dogs. When that was the bill of goods my wife got sold. That it was a Labra boxer, supposed to be a Labrador Retriever crossed with a boxer. Instead, it was a lab crossed with a pit bull. But he's the sweetest dog I've ever owned. He's a lover, not a fighter. I can definitely say that about my puppers. Like I couldn't be happier. But that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't know you got a dog. I knew you got a. Look at you. Look at you go there, Paul. You got the girl. You got the dog. You got a house. What's next? Kids? Shit. You know what I just realized? Give me that mouse. Sorry about the damn brrr too, but the air compressor kicking on and off. There we go. Switch that over to live chat so this way all messages come through in case somebody decides to swear. He's still. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just it. It's going to be a bit skittish. Um, he's still a bit skittish from the new surroundings and new owner, but he's warmed up some and has been very good thus far. Um, hey, Sheree, how are you? I gave you a shout out earlier, you and Devin. It was awesome hearing from you today. You guys made my day. Hopefully everything was good with the family. You didn't even have to be here. I know you got like a pretty decent sized family, Sheree. So this is more going to be a boring one for the most part. Um, but yeah, so you're how old is the dog? Is it a puppy? Is it like 3 4 years old? How old is the actual dog itself? What do you mean stoked to have me back? I wasn't gone all that long. Or is it because I haven't been like in the ABL chat and all that stuff? Told you guys I was taking a break from that politics stuff. Oh God, what is going on? I'm throwing extra paint for some reason. 2 years old. Okay, yeah, he's right in that state, Paul, where you should be all right. Like if it's an older dog, it's real hard to get him settled in. 2 years old isn't bad though. Yeah, 2 years is not bad at all. He's coming right out of his puppy phase, so he'll adapt. No, it's okay. I said it at the beginning of the stream. I got some bad news last week on Monday, and I stayed up for like 72 hours. Like I couldn't sleep. trying to process it in my head and trying to fix something that I can't fix, if that makes any sense. I can't really get into it deeper than that, but yeah. Yeah, it was rough. And I mean, it's still not good, but I've at least come to terms with it. And then, like I said, I'll probably get into it a little later, but I always give myself something. If something's really bothering me, I need to distract my mind. I come up with an impossible problem that I call solving for X. So, like, it'll be like prove God exists. So, if X equals God exists, so solve for X. Come up with the entire equation in your brain, right? And this time I did actually time and the movement of time and perception of time and time travel and everything else in my head. And it was interesting the way it played out. Yeah, I swear I told everybody though I wouldn't be on like ABL and staying out of politics for a bit and all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I guess you didn't hear that when I said it. Maybe you weren't on stream yet. I thought I said it a couple times though. I gotta turn on that light, see my bone dry in there. I am bone dry. But yeah, I mean, I even though I'm out of politics, like haven't been watching any politics, I still get it in my YouTube feed here and there, but only trickles of it, and the shit I see is hysterical. Like I'm just watching people have meltdowns and all kinds of craziness. Um, I the only one of the things I did see was Trump's cabinet picks, and he nominated who was it? Matt Gates, I think it was, for AG, and I was not feeling that pick at all. I was like, "Oh shit, why would you do that? Like, why would you nominate Matt Gates?" Like, I get he's a shit stirrer, but at the same point in time, why? Like, he's never even tried a case. Like, why would you pick that man? Well, so time isn't so much an illusion, right? I guess I can get into this. Keep me out of the political realm. Yeah. Yeah, I was not feeling Matt Gates because he's got accusations of child stuff, and I feel a certain kind of way about that. And even if the girl tricked him and fooled him and everything, I really don't care. Like you're 20 something years old. What are you even doing around a teenager? Like that's my feeling on that. Like if she was like pretending to be 21, that'd be one thing. But apparently he had a relationship with her, and I knew about this before he was even nominated because it was a big ethics committee thing. It was a big scandal. He went on Fox News and everything about it. Even if he got honeypotted, like I'm sorry, I don't know. A grown ass man, you should not be messing with girls that young. Like just not smart. It's gonna bite you square in the ass. Um, yeah, it just that one I was like, oof. And then there was the other part of it is I was pretty sure because I know he dropped out, but I was pretty sure that Kevin McCarthy was going to completely pull every string he could to make sure that that man did not get AG as revenge for kicking Kevin McCarthy out as Speaker of the House. Like, you fuck around, you're eventually going to find out, you know. And I'm not a big fan of Kevin McCarthy's either, but Matt Gates definitely pulled some shit on that man, and I don't care if it worked out or not. You know when you make an enemy in politics like that, it's going to come back to get you. So I don't know. Maybe Trump didn't even want him as the AG and actually did want the other. what's her name? Pam something? Wanted her as the AG and was just like, if I put him up, they'll refuse to do it, and then I'll just bait and switch them. I'll basically art of the deal them. I'm not gonna lie at all. I'm really hoping Cash Patel gets FBI director though. I think that would be an awesome pick. Cash Patel, I really like that dude. He is pretty just straight up, very real about things. Every interview I've ever seen with him, every time I've seen him talk, he was loyal and definitely like, yeah, we need to expose this corruption in our government. I mean, I'm hopeful. The only thing I'm not hopeful for is a lot of these people, like, there was somebody else, and I can't remember who it was, that he put in a position, and I was like, yo, this guy is kind of a warmonger. I'm not sure what the other guy's name. I can't remember what position it was, but it was something with national defense or something. I can't remember. But I saw it and I was like, dude, that guy is kind of like Bolton was in Trump's first term, or like Mike Pompeo. Like people that they may seem like they're on your side, but they are not on Trump's side at all. And I don't know. I was like, he's kind of playing with fire on this one, that one, or the other one. It was definitely interesting. But watching how people are freaking the fuck out is the best part. I have never seen people freak out like they're freaking out right now. Like RFK has RFK, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Tulsi Gabbard have broken people's brains. Like they're like, oh my god, they can't get in and do this. It'll change the entire government. Like, motherfucker, that's why they were elected. People are sick of the way you guys are running this bullshit. It needs fixing. If it needs to be gutted, it needs to be gutted. Needs to be fixed, needs to be fixed. Address it and let's go forward. But yeah, I think a lot of it is I bought into this person, or you have some people that just supposedly work a government job, aren't really doing shit to earn the money and just sitting on their ass, and it's like, uh-oh, they got a microscope on us. Well, yeah, but you got to look at it. It's so the whole thing is, and I think it was on the wire they said this, but it's the truth. If you follow this, that, or the other thing, nobody freaks out, nobody gets worried. You start following the money and see what rattles free, and people freak the fuck out, because that's when, like, oh shit, you're going to expose the Jeffrey Epstein list. Well, 90% of them have donated to Republican and Democrat, like, senators and presidents and everything else. And it's like, oh shit, if you expose that person, like, there's one millionaire that said that if the girl gets in, because I know, what's her name, Pam something Bondi. Am I right? Is it Pam Bondi? Said if she gets in, I'm leaving America. Like, and it's like a multi-billionaire. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, and then it was like, oh, because she said she's going to release the Epstein list. Guess who's going to come up on that list? Like, the JFK assassination files, everything to do with Epstein, like, all that shit's coming out. And it's going to be beautiful. Like, you want to see rich people shit themselves collectively? Like, they're screwed. Screwed. It was like, oh, well, like, Biden, we can kind of puppet his ass, but like these people, nope. Trump's like, he wants it like sunshine coming in and clearing that out, Like, He wants sunlight's the best disinfectant, I think is the saying. And that's 100% what Donald Trump wants. He's going to get it. You better hope he hasn't done anything royally fucked up because that's going to come out too. And I don't think he has, otherwise, he wouldn't release it. But if he's actually clean and always been on the up and up, like, yeah, we know he fucks around on his wife. You know, he's screwed around on a wife here, there, and the other place. But he always gives them, like, that severance package, like millions upon millions of dollars. So when you really break it down, he may be fucking up and may be a womanizer, but at least he's paying his ex-wives and taking care of them and their kids and everything else. Doesn't make him a good person, but it at least makes him where, you know, it's not like, well, I cheated on you with so and so, and I'm booting you out, and you're gonna have nothing to your name. He gives him like half his wealth at the time. He's just learned to control his pecker. He'd be all right. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I think I'm hopeful. You know, I'm not going to say that, oh, this is definitely going to happen and all that stuff. For all I know, it could get slogged and just all fall apart once he gets into office. But I kind of got that feeling he's got everybody on board. Like, I'm not fucking around this time. Yeah, everybody expects Simon Cowell to be an asshole. Plus, he's a celebrity. I mean, it. You look at the presidents that we've had, and like Bill Clinton's a very good example of a beloved president. Everybody loved him when he was in office for the most part. Did some of the most scumbag shit. Was having sex with a 23-year-old intern in the Oval Office. You know, JFK, same thing. Like you had the Marilyn Monroe thing, but apparently JFK was a lot more promiscuous than just that. Like there was a lot of women apparently. And when you break that shit down, like, you know, he's still a beloved president. It's just you've got that black mark on you that you are you're not a faithful man. I mean, look, if you want a great man in office, and you can go back and check this shit out for yourself. One of the most moral men that you will never hear me ever say a bad word about as far as when it came to his life and all that stuff is actually Jimmy Carter. Now, terrible president, very, very good man, though. Good man at heart. He literally had a press conference where he like came out and admitted I have sinned and all this stuff, and people were freaking out over it. And he was like, I had impure thoughts about a woman other than my wife. Like that's the kind of guy that Jimmy Carter was. So it's like he was a good man, but what a shitty president. Like very moral, very everything else, you know, like as far as that stuff goes, but terrible ass president. I'm starting to spot up. I think the paint is getting thick. Let me clear this brush. Man, it really has been a while since I've airbrushed. Poor Luffy. But yeah, you're not alone either, Sheree. You're not the only one who thought like I fell off the face of the planet. I mean, Paul's played video games with me for quite a while, so he kind of knows like there's times where I just disappear for a minute. But yeah, like Devin was the other one. She really She reached out just to make sure I was all right and all that stuff, and I really appreciate both you guys. You're both awesome for that. Well, that's just it, right? So let's take Melania, not just Melania, but look at like Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary's a better example, in my opinion. Bill Clinton legitimately was almost impeached for screwing around in the Oval Office and in lying to the American people about it, right? And Hillary Clinton stood by his side. How come he doesn't get hate and she doesn't get hate the same way Donald Trump did? It's some bullshit. And like, it's funny because people have said that, like the Secret Service people had said that, like, they heard Hillary, like, throwing vases at him and bottles and all kinds of stuff, screaming at the top of her lungs, like losing her shit. But she's still with him. She's still stuck with him. And now you've got all those accusations about him going to Epstein's Island however many times and all that kind of stuff. And she's still there with him. She's still right beside him because she doesn't give a shit. It's all about political power to her. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't real hell bent on Donald Trump, and I wasn't real hell bent on like Clinton back in the day either, because that's between him and his wife, really. Like, if his wife wants nothing to do with him, that's one thing. But oh, geez, you cheated on your significant other. Okay, that just means he's not a good person. Doesn't mean that he can't be an effective president. Now, if you're doing like child trafficking shit and everything else, okay, that's a different matter entirely. Like you're doing something that's, like just detrimental. Like like the Senate video with the one guy getting his back blown out by the other guy. Still don't know what the hell happened there. But stuff like that apparently happens. I know I want to say his name's Hawthorne. He was he was like a kid in a wheelchair. And I say kid because he was only like 23, 22, something like this. Like one of the youngest people to ever be elected to Congress and all that, and was in a wheelchair. And he had given an interview talking about how messed up it was that they had like these parties and like all this wild shit was happening. There's drugs and all this stuff. And then he got knocked out of re-election. Like they primaried him out and completely got rid of him. And it was like, yeah, that after he spoke out. Disappear for a minute is the understatement of the year. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Rogue. That happens that way, Paul. I stopped playing the game. I stopped playing the game for some reason. Um, I mean, lately it's bad. I've been playing Call of Duty like nonstop, grinding out my guns and doing zombies because I I got to give them credit. Like they knocked it out of the park. Anybody who's a zombies player, they really did it justice. Like they put in all the good stuff and kind of killed off the bad stuff and added stuff that everybody was asking for. Like I think I'm already prestige like 5 and have run one of the Easter egg solo and everything. Um yeah, I Cawthorn. Is it Nathaniel Cawthorn? But yeah, Trump's picks overall have been interesting and definitely game changers. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if they can actually make a difference or in a dent in the deep state. But telling you now, when you're dealing with money and power like that, Elon Musk may be the richest man in the world, but we're talking about a military industrial complex. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We are talking about we're talking about stuff that like nobody touches for a reason, that everybody's afraid to touch and deal with. I mean, if the only thing that comes out of this legitimately is that, because I have seen this, I actually saw a bunch of this today. What the fuck is Kamala Harris like hammered, like fucked up drunk or something now? Like, has she just become like completely in the bottle since losing the election? Like, what is going on with her? Madison, there you go. Yeah, but gone for more than half a year at times too, Paul. But you know what? I always do come back, or I always do keep contact with the real ones, like you, Twisted Johnny, Dark. You know, um, yeah. It just she like I don't know. I watched the video she put out where she's talking about not giving up power or whatever, and I'm like, holy shit! Did she drink like half a bottle of wine and shoot this video? And then people like flipping the fuck out and talking about none of our it like during the campaign our internal polling showed that we were never beating Trump, and like we blew through $1.5 billion, and like oh my god, like it sounds like it was just a major shit show. Like they're going to do a made for TV movie about this eventually. Like can you imagine had she actually won? She spent and it's like $1,400,000 or something within a ridiculously short amount of time. I think 106 days or something. $1.5 billion. Like, you want to talk about just watching the national debt climb if she had won? It would have been ridiculous. She would have she would have invested like $2 billion in like bird baths for the desert that were handcrafted by like lesbian communists or some shit that practice dance theory. I don't know. Like she would have just come up with the wildest shit. Like she would have just thrown money at everything. Damn, man, I am blowing through paint, but I'm at least getting a good coating on him. Hard to hit the ridge of his Luffy's hat. The fuck was that? I don't know if you guys heard that or not. Sound like a pair of shots. Sorry, pup. See if that goes off again. That was kind of loud, like close and loud. Normally they're a little farther out. People fucking around with guns during Thanksgiving while getting hammered is not exactly a smart idea. No, that's not night hunters. So I don't know if I've ever mentioned I have these assholes. Like, so these people, they're because we tracked it, like where they uh where they came from, right? And they're from Texas, but they're not like, hey y'all, we're from Texas, we're big gun guys and all this stuff. The dude looks like, you know, those assholes in high school, like the football team, the guy that was like the biggest asshole, you know, like the linebacker or stuff like that. The kind of guy who would date rape a girl. That's kind of what this dude looks like. And he thinks he's big shit because he goes out and he's got like a 22 or had a 22. But anyway, we looked into his house and because he had a swimming pool put in, he had like all kinds of shit done to the house. And here, it's in his grandparents' name. His grandparents have money and bought him a house and all that kind of stuff. And like he's an asshole, like asshole. So every now and again, he'll go off firing off the gun in the middle of the night, and you can hear him out there fighting with his wife. I wouldn't be surprised. There's one time I thought he beat the shit out of her. But yeah, like we call them, we're just like they're just they're white trash with money is what really what the dude is. I gotta mix more paint. But yeah, it's like white trash that they're never had to really work hard for anything. Like that type of person. Like they either came into a windfall or their grandparents pay for it all or what have you. But they're complete like assholes. Everybody else around here is completely respectful of everything and everybody else. And there are people that go out and they practice with their gun and everything, and you'll hear the shots going off. But it's always during the day. It's always like they have a backstop set up. You can tell like they're trying to quiet the noise from it. I mean, we're looking at 8:46 at night. Who the fuck goes out on Thanksgiving night and fires off a gun twice? And they are always drunk. And they're like, you know, they bought the Miller High Life because it's the champagne of beers type people, just complete assholes. Like it's because they've stepped up to Miller High Life from Pabst Blue Ribbon, just real champion of the people. And one time I almost got into it, dude, because he was firing off his shots or whatever, and it was like right at dusk. But I watched these kids playing out in the empty. Well, it's not an empty lot; it's a wooded lot. But like I could hear the bullets whizzing through the forest. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like the kids went running and ran home and all that. Like, man, they tell their parents. Their parents whooped the shit out of you. I know it was my kid. I was like, he's gonna shoot some poor fucking kid by accident and not even figure it out. So I think he finally put up like a backstop on a tree, but still, it's a firearm. You got to be responsible with it. You've got to respect it. If you're being negligent with it, you're gonna end up killing somebody by accident or injuring something and not killing it like a deer. Oh, I shot that deer and it ran away. I'll just let it bleed out somewhere in the woods suffering. Like you asshole. I force feed a snapping turtle barehanded, huh? Never heard that one. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I don't know who would try that shit. I guess I'll just look for a man with nubs for three of his fingers. But yeah, like I don't know. I hate irresponsible people like that. It's like all you're doing is giving people that really want to ban guns the ammunition to ban your shit because you're not responsible, and it's clear you're not responsible. You know, I just you're gonna fuck it up for everybody else. Now, granted, down here, constitutional carry state, which I don't know. You said if you were stopping by this way or whatever, Paul, that you were going to bring your guns. I don't know if that applies to you now or because you're crossing state lines with your firearm, what the law is on that. Dumb fucking people in this world. But let's get a little silly. What do you say? Get away from our the politics of it all. Other than, like I said, I've been having a good old laugh watching different people just like it's crazy watching people implode and their brains explode over this. But yeah, so I started to solve for x. X being what is time, and how would one time travel? What would you need to time travel? Granted, yes. So I'm sure you guys can probably see these now. I think these are going to be kind of fun when I paint them. And yes, they're rings, but they're specific rings. So this one is Sinestro core. Oh, I spilled black paint all over myself like a jackass. It's every one of the lantern cores. That's the red lantern, or no, that's the green lantern core. That one is indigo. Um, that one is the blue lantern. Sinestro again. I got two Sinestros. Star Sapphire. That one is the white lantern. That's the orange lantern. Yeah, that one's indigo. And then red lantern. But all the different cores, so when I paint them, that's going to be cool, trying to get them to sparkle and look good and everything else. It's going to be a pain in the ass to prime and paint, though. I'm going to have to think about it when I'm painting them, because doing the band will be one thing, doing the interior is going to be another. It'll be a colorful night. It'll be a colorful night because each one's different colors of the spectrum. So, yeah, I'm not going to go into a whole thing about the passage of time because I think that would be pretty hysterical. But the whole thing is, I started out at how do we perceive time? Right? Sometimes time moves real fast, sometimes time moves real slow, but we know it's still always moving at the same pace, right? But what if we were on a different planet? All right, so we're not on Earth. Let's say we're on Mars. Mars takes longer to go around the sun, so the year is longer, therefore, wouldn't the time be longer too for it to go around the sun? Plus, the gravity is less. And that's where I came to a subtle conclusion of, well, then are time and gravity linked? Very cool, Paul. That's awesome. I kind of figured they'd reciprocate now because, like I said, McMaster's made it a constitutional carry state. So then I started thinking about it, right? UFOs, like, I think I've said this before. The two biggest ones that I can actually believe when it comes to like any kind of UFO encounter is the Nimitz with the USS Nimitz with God, what's his name? David Fravor, right? Commander David Fravor. And then the other one was actually oh God, Bob Lazar. And the way they described it, the way the UFO moved, everything else, Bob Lazar goes into how it had like a gravity field around it, or like an anti gravity field, basically. So it bent space time around it, like put a bubble around it of gravity, and then made the gravity heavier to make it pull forward or back or whatnot. And David Fravor had said that they couldn't catch it. It disappeared, appeared like 40 miles away or what have you. God damn, I gotta put out my smoke. I'm choking. David Fravor had said that like they were chasing it and it disappeared and then appeared at their cap point like 50 miles away or some ridiculous amount of space, and it did it in an instant. They couldn't catch it. It was too fast, all this kind of stuff, blew everything that they had out. And that's the Tic Tac UFO, if you ever watch it. If you ever have seen this video. And, but it made me think, what if gravity and time are interlinked? So we have no actual fundamental. We know we can generate gravity by having a large mass that spins at a certain speed, and it creates a gravity to it. So, like Earth spinning, because it's round and how fast it's spinning, it's creating a gravity field unto itself, which holds the moon in place, everything else. What if you could, if that's the case, then in order to make a time machine, or well, actually, before I get to the time machine, then that UFO, say they're chasing it, but they're just seeing basically an after vision of it. So the thing is already 40 miles away, but they're just seeing it move because the gravity that it's producing upon itself into the field, you're actually seeing an after image of that craft. It's already gone, like it's already moved that distance instantaneously because it's technically frozen time in place or adapted to a different time. It sounds like I should have ripped like 4 bongs before explaining this or even thinking about it, but I didn't. I was just sleep deprived. So, in order for that to happen, you would have to have a high enough energy source that would produce a gravity field around you in order to move through time. Now, I don't know. I couldn't come to a conclusion on solving for X on how you would actually be able to determine where you were in time. You know, I don't know if you could go to the future. I don't know if you could go to the past, or you would just in the present offset it by like an hour or 10 seconds or 20 seconds or what have you. Because I wouldn't know how to build something. But in order to craft something like that, you would need an enormous source of gravity. And the only way of doing it is with energy, right? That led me to, well, what creates the biggest source of gravity that we know of in existence? And as crazy as it is, it would be a black hole, right? A black hole in space created by a star going supernova and then collapsing in on itself. It tears the fabric of space itself and it creates such a strong gravity well that once you cross what's known as the event horizon, like the plane of the black hole, once you cross it, even light can't escape from it. So anything crossing that event horizon is pulled in, and nobody knows what happens on the other side. Like, for the most part, everybody believes that you would just be pulled into basically a straight line. Gotta check this brush, it's jammed. But that led me to, is it because it's actually ripping a hole in space that is producing that gravity? So in an atmosphere, you may not be able to go anti-grav. You may have to create the drive in a vacuum using a power source and actually kind of ripping space where there is no atmosphere, there is no vacuum. You would have to create a black hole, technically, generator in the ship at the heart of the drive for the power source. Am I talking too crazy? Was I too sleep deprived, or is any of this shit kind of making sense? And I mean, I even thought of a way that you could contain it technically and control going forward or back to an extent. Now, I don't know about rippling through time, but actually controlling the gravity flow so that you could put your shit into motion. What you would do is take that artificial black hole that you've created, encase it so you've got it trapped, and then caught in a magnetic field. And then, in order to move forward, you would do the polarity on the magnetic field one way, and to move backward or stop, you would just simply reverse the polarity on the field. And it would throw the energy back and forth. But that would also mean that the drive would have to run forever, which would mean that your fuel supply would have to be almost unlimited. Just a fun thing and just kind of crazy. But yeah, trying to solve for X to get my head off other shit. That's what I came up with. What do you guys think? Anything to add? Anything that, or is it just too fucking nutty for words? Damn thing. All right, feels like it's shooting good again. Should we just talk politics? Or movies that we've seen? Like, I've been watching a shit ton of Twilight Zone too, which doesn't help matters. Twilight Zone and interviews with people that have made movies and stuff like that. Various movies too. Some of it interesting, some of it pretty stupid, to be honest with you. Like, I think Disney is 5 seconds from completely shitting the bed with this Captain America 4. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Especially casting Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk. Like, what are you guys thinking there? I get he's supposed to be Thunderbolt Ross and the President of the United States, but come on now. Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving brain is a thing. Trust me, it took everything in me just to turn the camera on because I thought I was going to pass out from the turkey intake. Like, I just sat here in a chair drooling on myself. My wife walked in and was making fun of me and everything. It's like you got one hand on your stomach like you're pregnant. What the hell is wrong with you? I was like, yeah, wait till later. I was like, that dog sleeps right by my butt. Poor thing's going to feel like he just escaped from Auschwitz in the morning. Well, what else has been going on in the world? Anything good? Anything bad? I mean, I think I saw that Putin is up for a ceasefire after firing an ICBM, but because of Trump, he's reconsidering everything. Like, feeling like there's a deal to be made there. No, I had seen that. I saw that Israel is talking about doing the ceasefire deal with Hamas. And that pretty much is to give Trump a foreign policy win. Like, I heard it's not like they actually want to go to peace or anything like this, but they're going to do it to kind of hook Trump up with a win as soon as he gets in office or before he even takes office, so Trump can kind of say, "Hey, I pulled this shit off." I mean, he did say he was going to do it before he even got in office. He'll have that war ended in Ukraine, and then we'll see. I just know that a good chunk of Trump's nominees or what have you are very pro-Israel. I think the only one that kind of is 50-50 on it is Gabbard. Gabbard and maybe RFK, but RFK doesn't have any, like, he's going to HHS, so it's all going to be health for him. He's not going to be really dealing with the world policy. Um, Definitely disappointed with my anime lately because I've blown through so much of it and caught up on so much different stuff. Like, Paul had been telling me to watch Dr. Stone forever. I caught all the way the hell up, and now I just don't know. Like, I'm like, they're gonna go to the moon next. Like, what the hell are we doing here? But how long is it gonna be until that shit comes out? Like, One Piece is on hiatus. My Hero Academia is on hiatus. I think Art of Fjorda came back up. Catching up, like watching that. Wasn't bad. I don't know what is going on with this airbrush. Come on, throw the paint. God damn it. JJK. What's JJK? Jutsun Kaisen or whatever the hell that is. I tried watching that show. I couldn't get into it. I gave that the old college try and it failed. I just, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I tried watching that and I don't know. It was okay. It's like um it's like My Hero Academia. I ended up looking up the manga to see and reading through the manga to see what happens. Same thing for Black Clover. Because Black Clover, they said the studio that does it is doing like Boruto or something like this, and there is no idea. Let me clean this damn thing real quick. See what the hell's jamming it. Um, they said they have no idea when they're going to animate it again because I think they got to episode 170. So I ended up reading up to current on the manga. Pretty interesting what's going on with that. Like, they get into a whole there's way more devils and all this stuff when they go into the Spade Kingdom, and it gets ugly. What's his name gets I can't remember the main character's name. He ends up getting thrown basically to the place where um Push past your limits. What the hell's the leader's name? God, I haven't watched that anime in like a month now and forgot everybody. Yeah, Asta gets thrown to the land basically where the guild leader, and I can't remember the guild leader's name, and I'm sure you're going to tell me in a minute, but where he actually comes from, he gets thrown there and ends up meeting his little sister. Like, ends up meeting whatever the guild leader's name is, his little sister, the leader of the Black Bulls. Meets that dude's like little sister, and she's just like him. Yeah, and I agree. Dude, I can't. So like Naruto, I know you like Naruto a lot, and then you like Shippuden. I didn't know if you like Boruto or not, but I I watched Naruto, and that was about it. And I didn't really even get that hardcore into Naruto. Like it was okay. I thought it was all right. Yeah, Izami Sukahiro. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he like he gets jacked up bad. So does the other dude that they brought in towards the end of the season, or the because it was all one season or what. Oh, God damn it! I got a gun falling apart and everything on me. Stupid tip dry. That's what I get for running my mouth while I'm painting. Where did you go? Where is my lock part? Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. So like I watched both of those. I watched that, and then I watched Doctor Stone. Um, Doctor Stone was interesting, and then kind of got stupid. To be honest with you, but it was still interesting because he's doing like science the whole time. Only half of that science wouldn't really work the way that they're explaining it. So like when they have to make the sulfa drug, yeah, that would work out a whole different way. He basically like he would have had to do cultures over years to produce the results he was getting. Damn, I am getting some spatter. There we go. Starting to get it clean. I mean, granted, I've got a 5 needle on this thing right now, so it's the biggest needle you can get. Just trying to blow that crap out of there. Fryrin? Isn't that like an elf or some shit? I started watching one called Fairy Tale. It's kind of funny at first, and I got bored with it. Like, I don't know. I find myself going back and watching old school Star Blazers. Just I grew up with Star Blazers, so for me it's like I think over in Japan, it was actually called Battleship Yamada. Yeah, Solo Leveling has a season coming up. Like I said, Arta Fjorda is on season 3. Like they have that. That's actually out coming out currently. Like that's been drip feeding, and it's been interesting. Definitely some oh god damn moments in it. Um, I'm trying to think what the other one was that I was watching that really was just it was oh the one I've been watching and I really fucking enjoy the hell out of it, even though it's so goddamn goofy, is one called Dan Da Dan. Dan Da Dan, Dan Da Dan, Dan Da Dan. Like it's ridiculous, but it's fantastic at the same time. Yeah, I watched one Berserk with the sword Guts, like the main character's name's like Guts or something like that. It's like Goblin Slayer. Wait, which one's a good one? Dandadan or there we go. Now I'm blowing air. I must have gotten whatever was stuck in there out. I'm gonna have to go super super thin with this stuff. It's funny because these are just the ones that I had in the little box. I've still got like a bunch more prints to blacken up here. Matter of fact, let me get this mouse out of here before I go painting it. Yeah, Dan to Dan. Yeah, I saw it. It was them fighting like Loch Ness monster and the alien merged with it and all that stuff, right? That episode. And like they all end up naked in the hallway or what have you, and like all the kids come out of the classroom, they're like, "Oh, look at what they're doing." I just watched that earlier. I don't know if I watched it today or last night. But yeah, that one cracks me up. Definitely funnier than hell. My spotty so much. Back on the guard. I don't need to be that close in. Yeah, you'll get a kick out of it. Like how they get through it is the fun part of that episode. Like what actually ends up happening. You never saw Death Note before? That one's like a classic. How is it? I've got perfect feed through, all except for the top. Oh my god. Where's that old brush? I love this brush too, but my god, it's seen its last. Oh, there's like sludge coming out of that thing. I can't dilute the paint enough. Oh my God. Now I remember why I stopped airbrushing all the time. Shooting craft paint through an airbrush. I mean, yeah, you can do it. It's not really advised, and yet I do it anyway. My God, does the pigment, because the pigment's too thick, it jams it. Yeah, I've got, well, I had a ton on my watch list. I've pretty much caught up with everything. Like, I'm trying to think what other ones, like, I've watched so much crap. Like, I just have. I mean, I've talked about it too. Like, I've watched some ultra weird shit. A lot of isekai. And for those not in the know, isekai is basically like the main character gets reincarnated in another world, is usually like either super overpowered or underpowered. It's usually like ultra weird stuff. Now I'm just shooting water. Yep. Yeah. Shangri-La Frontier is on episode like 37 now. I'm current with that one too, which they did a great job with that. That one's a lot of fun. Although it always screws me up when I'm watching it and I'm a couple episodes behind, so it's in English, and then you catch up and it goes Japanese, and you're like, the main character sounds different. Stuff like this, like it just throws you for a loop. You're like, oh, that's what he's supposed to sound like. But yeah, Shangri-La Frontier, that one's kind of interesting. I really wish there was some kind of like good movie out. I could be like, oh yeah, I saw this amazing movie the other day, and just nothing. Just knocked out two like huge ass chunks out of this brush. Must have been stuck in the jet. Yeah, even with the Mac valve all the way up, I'm barely getting air pushed through. I don't know why. Which this will be the most boring stream ever. Sitting here like trying to get an airbrush to work for like 3/4 of it. I mean, right now it's firing nice. I may have to. I may have had it dry out in the actual. You know, black is a pain in the ass to work with, but not as bad as white for some reason. I used to paint everything in like an antique white. I found that the black actually flowed through easier. Something with the pigment. Let me see. I should have a tool. I do. Let's see what's going on. You know, it's kind of good. I don't mind failure. was I was talking to Smurf about the Yeti or what have you, like failing with that thing, and it was a funny ass conversation. He's like, "Oh yeah, you started painting it," and I'd be like, "Me and my wife were watching, and I was just like, oh yeah, he put way too much goddamn paint on that thing." All right, so we got good flow from the brush to the front. Couldn't get into Demon Slayer. That's another one. That's one that everybody was like, "Yo, you need to watch Demon Slayer." Tried watching it, couldn't get into it. Um, I have been watching What We Do in the Shadows, which is still fucking phenomenal. That show is just too damn good. Like I don't know how the hell they get away with half the stuff they get away with, but it's always funny. And then what was the other one you said? Yeah, One Punch Man. I wasn't a big fan of the style change up in the animation for season 2, but it was a good season. But One Punch Man is one of those where it's like you're never gonna see Simatan be beaten like ever. Like he wrecks everybody with one punch. I'm shocked I'm actually getting blow through. Should be getting blowback on this damn thing. Pull that nozzle back a little. Hopefully that's got it. 'Cause I'm getting annoyed. And the turkey is not helping. Yeah, so Rogue, I don't have Hulu either. I will ship you over the website that I use. Just make sure, and I will warn you of this ahead of time. Ad blocker. Make sure you have a solid ad blocker because this, like, if not, you're gonna have just ads everywhere. But I also watched Tulsa King season 2, and that was really good. Definitely, like Sylvester Stallone has been putting out like just a great show. Like it's stupid or over the top in parts, but there's other parts in it where you're watching it and you're like, my God, like I can't believe this just happened. Like it gets really, really good. Like some of the stuff's just too ridiculous or too contrived, I guess we'll say. Yeah, I mean, reality is I don't know. Because I've been grinding on Call of Duty so much, I put on the Twilight Zone radio plays and listen to that. And yeah, that stuff's definitely interesting. Are you going to tell me you jammed already? There's no way this stupid thing jammed already. I can't deflate or I can't dilute that paint any more than I already have. Why are you not gunning right? Or are you coming out very slow? No, you're not even coming out very slow. What the fudge? God damn. What is jamming this thing? Like I am getting shadow paint off of it, but not an actual flow of paint. About to throw this brush out and grab the other one. This thing doesn't, what the hell is going on? Like, I am coded. My jets are good. Yeah, I have like no flow though. Damn it, Paul, you did this to me. I blame you. That's got to be one of the jets clogged. The crap that just blew out of it. And look at that thing. Coming out like it's got a goddamn kidney stone out the side. What the fuck? Gotta be the jet is jammed up somehow. I mean, hey, the three that I got to get black came out beautiful, but let me see. See what we got going on with this stupid thing. I honestly don't think it's the needle. I think it's the jet itself because you have these air channels on the side. So when the air hits, it forces it up the needle and out. If one of them is jammed, a lot of times that's kind of your result. You get like a spatter. If the needle were like super bent, let me do this. I hate doing this, but especially without cardboard around. Clear the needle first. I feel like pulling that through the chamber and getting it filthy. You guys see the tip of that or no? So what I'm doing now, I really should get a needle sharpener. The needle has like a very slight hook, but nothing that should be shooting it out like that. Like, I mean, that stuff was just, like I said, looked like it was peeing out a kidney stone the way it was flowing. Dear Lord. Yeah, so those radio plays though for the Twilight Zone, what's cool is they definitely have ones that never came out. Like, so they'll have stories on there that sound like they should be like an old episode of the Twilight Zone, but you're listening to it and you're like, that was never an episode of the Twilight Zone. Like, there's one with two brothers that were in trouble, and this old woman always got him out of it apparently, and she's dying or whatever, and she died. Like, it was weird. But they, I guess it's old scripts that they never used. That's always entertaining when you find like lost media kind of stuff like that, or something that would fit in. Like they had another one where they actually had cell phones in it and everything else, so you know that wasn't in the old school Twilight Zone. I guess that's a question I have. So what the hell? What else has been? What have I been missing, Sheree? Or if you're still out there, have I been missing anything interesting or anything ridiculous? What the? Oh, look at you. Oh God. Thing's shooting paint now. So I don't know what the hell. Kamala held Doug hostage to say Happy Thanksgiving. What is he too busy with Jill Biden? I swear the two of those guys were had something going. Yeah, I wasn't sure about the Land of Fancy. Like, what else has been up? Like, any groundbreaking stuff that I missed out on since I haven't been in any of the chats or streams or any of that stuff. Like, I haven't even been in my creature features. I kind of felt bad because I got Devin watching that shit again. Kind of bailed out on it over the past week and a half. I go away for a little while and yeah. Yeah, there's definitely something. I can tell there's something going on the side there. Joe goes to bed early. That's all I'm saying. Doug might be like, "Hey, can you pretend you're a nanny?" My God. One heartbeat away from becoming the president of the United States. I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. I feel a little bit better knowing that all their internal polls did show that they were losing to Trump. Like there is no way they were going to win. That's kind of a good feeling. Means that we really weren't in all that much danger. Oh, I believe they dropped Trump's charges. That makes sense. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If I were Jack Smith, I would move somewhere where there's no extradition treaty because they are going to go at that son of a bitch pretty hard. All right. So while those are drying, I can start working on him. This was from the new printer, and I'm actually painting him out for Smurf. But the scrolling, the detail on him is unreal. It's Conan the Barbarian, by the way. But that's actually how I met Smurf was playing. There is a game called Conan Exiles. Smurf and I became friends there. Yeah, they are really like unreal, aren't they? Like I mean, look at the shield, like just the scrolling on the shield. The new printer is just it's unreal. How I don't know why. I well actually I do know why. It's the difference between a 9K LED screen and a 4K LED screen doing the print. But they do some kind of method with it when it's printing where like the old one would have made the shield like more of an oval and all kinds of stuff. Like, I got to give it to Elegoo. They make one hell of a machine. And the upgrade was, I didn't realize how much I would enjoy it until I actually started playing with some of the stuff. Like another one I've got to do, and this is actually going to be one that I've got to paint before Christmas, is this guy, the Krampus. This is going to be one of my wife's. But yeah, like creepy as hell Santa Claus. Then I got one that I kept the original, but I went and broke him down and repainted him. Or repainted him, reprinted him. And it just, it came out incredible. Like, I like the sculpt on the mini version of it so much that I actually did a full scale version and broke it down so it would fit on my printer and the whole 9 yards. So he'll be one that I'm going to have to paint in pieces and then reassemble them. I'll show that to you guys in a minute. Get as much paint in here before this damn thing tip dries, and then I got to tear apart the brush again because it's working well right now. Yeah, it does look like it'll be a fun. The Krampus does look like it'll be fun. It's got like an arm and stuff sticking out of the bag on his back. That'll be a fun gag one for Christmas because she was feeling some kind of way the other day, so I gave her one of the prints I did for her already. It's like, here, cheer you up. Like, I left it on her work desk just to kind of like brighten her spirits for the day. She really enjoyed it. I gave her the tuxedo Sam that I had done that took forever. Holster that real quick, let him dry off a little bit before I go in for a second coat. Flip the rings, do them. So here's the base for it. And then he actually attaches, let me see, he's got a little notch in his foot. One there and one right here. Yeah, so there you go. So this really cool statue of Venom, right? And I was like, oh, that's super cool. Like, I love the way that came out. I was like, that's really great. Like, even the one little tentacle here, I don't know if you can see, there's a little face and everything else. And I was like, oh man, that's gonna be a badass one, right? Paint, print and everything. I was like, it's got super slick detail to it, the whole 9 yard. So yeah, what did I do? So these two halves have to get, I'm gonna have to weld them together, right? So here's that base. There's that little face that I pointed out. Here it is there. Bottom of this guy though, I'm gonna have to you can see where it's running a little. I'm gonna have to put him through, or put it through, the dry end again. So I may not even be able to paint this base right now. I don't think any more is coming out of there, but that's kind of what I figured out. This is what's cracking, like the Jason print that I did, how that bust cracked is because there is a little bit of resin and water trapped inside this base. And then when it dries, it cracks all here because it's, of course, inside and outside. I've got it on my fingers right now. So I won't be able to paint this base tonight. I'm going to have to black that later. Matter of fact, I am putting that on piece of paper and setting it aside, or paper towel rather. Set that bad boy over here. But then, like I said, got that crap all over my hands. It's okay, Pop. Oh, shit. Finn. Come here, Fenrir. It's okay. It was just Daddy being an asshole. Give myself an alcohol bath real quick. Nothing like some 91% to wipe that resin right out. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to take that base and put it in UV light again. Damn, that's potent. But I ended up breaking good old Venom down. So as you can see, here's the original full figure together. And here is my breakdown of them. You can actually see every little detail, every little vein on his arm, the muscle tone, all that. And so he should, like when I get to put them together, this I'll have to sand down a little bit, these little connectors. So he pops in together. I don't want to seal them up right now. Yeah, let's see. Just kind of erector set them together real quick without sealing them up. Yeah, I definitely got to sand these down. But yeah, basically, like the huge version of them. But you can see like even all the cuts in the muscle, the whole 9 yards. Like the print was unbelievable how well that came out. Just super detailed. The spider on his chest down to his right above his groin. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the detail is just, it's stupid off the chain, and it's funny because if you look, he's missing his upper teeth. I don't know where his upper teeth got to. I have to find those. Yeah, I'll be able to black the figure tonight. Like, definitely going to turn him jet black or what have you. His teeth are somewhere around here. Cool. And then I did this guy. Originally, I was going to, and he's another one. If you look down here, you can see where it's leaking through. He's another one. I've got to figure out some way of hitting it with like a UV, or maybe getting like a small vacuum or something and just maybe sucking that dry, because they're leaking out of the ports where the hollowing is, because I couldn't get them big like this before, but I can now. And he's got like 2 or 3 different entry ports where, hate to do this, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I got nothing else leaking out, but definitely seen crap leak out. Yeah, Bizarro. I was originally going to do a Henry Cavill Superman and then went to a Bizarro instead. Thought that would be a little bit cooler, a little bit more original. And of course, he wouldn't be complete without got these kryptonite stones or what have you. Oh yeah, I got crap all over that base. It's got to get cleaned up. He basically sits in there like this on the stand, little Bizarro symbol, and then like there's a way to wedge him in there, and I don't want to do it because I will mess it all up right now unless I'm ready to seal him off. But it basically goes something like this. And then these actually wrap around the outside of his cape. Like that set of them. So I've got this Bizarro. It's a lot like the Hulk, just much, much bigger. So he's going to be a fun one to do. Let me clean up this base real quick. Let me see. Give me a little alcohol on it. On a paper towel and see if I can't clean them up. I don't know what causes that extra leakage other than there's something compresses it and makes the water slash resin combo leak out eventually, I guess. I don't get it completely. But I use a water soluble resin for the print itself, so that might have something to do with it when I'm hollowing. It might not hold the same. And I'm happy I do because the alcohol to clean it, like flammable as all hell. I also got this guy, Peace Among Worlds. Good old Rick Sanchez. Thank you, Stranded. Good to see you, man. Seen you on Aliens a lot. Well, I guess so. Stranded Life Form Aliens. Very, very nice of you to drop in. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Hope you and yours had a good one as well. Let's see. Then we got him to go black. I did a death figure. It should be interesting. See, like, he doesn't have that leakage like the other ones do for some reason. Neither does the Rick Sanchez. I'm wondering if you can see, I think if I hold it up right, you can see the internal structuring, the supports that go when I hollow it. I can't see that on the others, and it makes me wonder if that's where the leakage is coming from. And this is a cryptid. Don't ask me to say what her name is because I can't remember. But basically, I don't know if it was Romanian or what. But the myth is that they see like women and stuff in the graveyard, and then the top half of them will fly at the person and chase them like a basically like a vampire bat. So that's the bottom half with the guts. Like it's an undead kind of thing. And this kind of looks like an alien in the face. Is actually an Inuit or Eskimo legend. And these things apparently live in the water. I mean, I guess that's kind of self explanatory by the fishy feet and stuff. And supposedly that mothers tell their young children to stay away from like thin ice and stuff and scare them with these and tell them that they live on the edge of the water and will drag them in and everything else. But the actual myth of it when I looked into it was that it's the exact opposite, that these things have saved children from drowning in like thin ice areas up in the Arctic. Oh, really? You didn't know I had a channel stranded? Yeah, Alien calls it GAM Santa's Secret Shop because right now I'm just priming everything so I can paint them on different days. But he said it's like watching toys get made or like toys getting painted at Santa's Secret Shop. Normally at like like the Gandalf here, for example, that I just turned black. That'll get painted and into an actual statue or what have you, actual figure. Same thing for Conan here. He's in the process of being turned black. You can still see the resin and everything else color base. But I have to paint them black in order to get the regular paint to adhere to them correctly. Otherwise, it doesn't. You have to go with like 10 coats before it actually holds. But yeah, there's actually a game called Katamari Damacy, and this is the main character, the little prince. He pushes this ball called a Katamari, and everything sticks to it. So you start off like picking up like paper clips and push pins and thumbtacks, stuff like this. And then as you pick stuff up, the ball grows and you can pick up bigger things. So next thing you know, you're picking up rulers, you're picking up paintbrushes, you're picking up stuff like that. Then you start picking up like newspapers, books, and then eventually you get so big that you roll the entire world up into a ball. Um, and this little guy is one of those Hello Kitty friends things. I think it's called Baz Maznet or something like that. I can't remember. I know it's just one of those Hello Kitties things that my wife wanted. And I think I've shown this one off before, but Bilbo, or yeah, Frodo Baggins. The detail came out pretty nice in the face on this one. Actually, it's the clothing that has me intrigued on this because you can actually see the stitch lines in the pockets and everything on him. Like when he turns black, you should be able to see it very well. I did this one for me. It's Roronoa Zoro. It's actually got the wanted poster and everything on it, which once that goes black, you'll be able to see the whole thing. But Zoro from One Piece. Yes, yes, I make them on a 3D printer, resin 3D printer. I just upgraded from a Mars 3. The touchscreen had stopped working on it. I actually took it apart, got it to work again. But in the interim, my wife caught a flash sale on the Mars Ultra 5 or 5 Ultra, and that's like the latest one. So some of the stuff I was printing, like this Luffy bust, right? It's kind of detailed or what have you. This was on the Mars 3, and then this Conan one is on the Mars 5, and you can see just like in the shield alone, the scribing and everything else, and it held the detail much much better. Like his entire loincloth, like let me see if I can get it in there. You can see the fur marks for when I go in there and hit the fur. I appreciate that, Sheree, but I am not talented. There is a reason I call it happy accidents. So To give you an idea, here's a mistake that I made, and I keep it on my desk to remind me. This is a Yeti I did that I screwed completely up, put way too much paint on it, and just really wrecked this damn thing. Like, really, really. So I keep it there to remind myself, and I did that like on the last stream, I think. I think it was the last stream that I did. I screwed that thing up, and then I painted a pyramid head from the game Silent Hill, and that came out badass. Like that actually came out pretty good. But the whole thing is that I'm amateur at this, and I just wanted to make a channel and show people like I bullshit about everything. And by the way, you can cuss in the chat and all that stuff. Just certain words, avoid them. Like see you next Tuesday. Um, you know, like any kind of racial slang or slurs. I don't really. I'm not down with that. Um, stuff like that. But feel free to be an adult in the chat because I'm not monetized. I don't think I'm ever going to be monetized. So you can kind of just let your mouth go. Plus, I talk like a drunken sailor a lot of times, so I'm not. It's not that I'm humble. I sometimes I do ones that I'm like really proud of. Other times I'm like, that came out all right. I think I could have done it better. I'm kind of right in the middle and honest with my painting stuff. But I really did the channel to show that if you wanted to get into 3D printing, if you want to get into painting and all this, any idiot can do it if I can do it. Like anybody can do this stuff. Anybody can figure it out. And, if there's questions about it, I don't have a problem answering them either. Yeah, see, he's wet on the bottom too. So the Zorro is another one where it's something with the hollowing in the base, and it actually looks like his base is starting to bow out as well, which isn't good. I wonder if I base coat these, if it'll protect them from cracking. I really think it's something to do with either the water washable resin that I'm using or it can't be the UV current curing because I've been putting them in there for like 2.5 minutes versus like the minute and a half that I was doing before on purpose. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like if you ever got into 3D printing, anything like that, I can tell you where to get the files, all that kind of stuff. A lot of the stuff is just tutorials on YouTube, to be honest with you. Others, you get stuff that's already made. Some stuff that you can, there's a program called Blender where you can actually cut things into pieces. So, like Venom here, I was showing this earlier. I printed him out. He came out awesome. Came out, you know. So then I wanted to blow him up. So I blew him up and then cut him into different parts. So he actually comes apart. And I could fit him in the printer without it screwing up. I have to sand down the pegs in between to get it to fit like 100% proper, but you can see the difference in size and detail just on like this one. Like one is like an actual statue, the other one is kind of a mini. But yeah, we discuss everything here from like politics. The only the only subject that I pull back from, I'll be honest with you when I'm talking, is religion. I try to stay away from religion because I had it full on open in the beginning, and some people, different people were talking about about religion, and some people were getting offended by it, like really, really offended. And I was like, oof, like this is kind of a third rail topic. And since I'm not very religious myself, it's hard for me to judge like, yeah, that's over the top, that's not over the top. So I kind of like took religion off the table. We don't really discuss it, but we do talk about everything else for the most part. Aliens and you name it. Well, it's funny if you always watch Bob Ross. If you notice, what I call it is happy accidents, like GAM Live happy accidents, and that's why it's because of Bob Ross. Dude, I'll tell you what, you are talented enough. Don't tell yourself you're not. Don't tell yourself you're not. You can do it. You just got to start off, and something's going to come out like crap, and it's fine. Look, I want you to see the Yeti, right? Look at how awful and stupid this thing is. Like it glows, it's so white because I used too much white paint on it. I couldn't get the color matched in the face. It looks like total crap, right? So it doesn't matter. And I've done dozens and dozens of prints and you can look at them throughout my channel. But that one, I couldn't get it right. It went wrong at first. And then I thought I could correct it and fix it. And I made it worse and worse and worse. So you're going to fail. And failing's okay. But give it a shot. You know, start off small. You can get pre-made minis or what have you if you want to try that route and go with like tester's paint or what have you. I'm legit using I'm using a $40 airbrush right now. This folk art paint costs like $1.19 a bottle, right? And then I'm diluting it and forcing it through an airbrush to paint with. It's possible, man. Just like it just practice. And not and like I am the worst, like Sheree will tell you. I am awful with myself. Like I critique, like I'll look at something and go, damn, that looks like crap. And everybody's like, no, it looks all right, man. And it's like, no, 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 it looks like crap. You know? It's but everybody else thinks it looks good. And I'm like, eh. And then there's other stuff there when I paint it and I'm like, okay, I actually nailed what I had in my head. It's just a matter of practice, man. Yeah, and you're right. Practice does make perfect. Um, but what I'm doing now, by the way, Stranded, is I'm base coating, right? So, like, this stream is it's going to be a boring one for the most part because I figured it was Thanksgiving. Not many people tuning in. Most people are with family or what have you. I've got people that, dropped in to say hi or maybe drop in for 2 minutes, leave a like on the video, all that, and just, hey man, happy Thanksgiving, bounce. And I'm fine with that. Like, I expect everybody to be with their family. But yeah, yeah, like, don't think you can't do it. That's kind of the point of my channel is to tell you, look, yes, you can. You can do it. You can do it all night long. It's just a matter of, like Sheree said, practice is perfecting it. But it's also seeing what you can do and what you can't do, and then learning from your failure. If you don't try and fail, you'll never know if you could have done it. Like say it turns out you're really good at it. It just took you a little while to get there. That's fine. Nobody's going to start off and be like, oh, I nailed it 110% first try, right out of the gate. Look at this. It's amazing. Took me quite a while to even just get used to using an airbrush. Well, not everybody's their own worst critic. You got guys like Tim Pool. He does no wrong. That man shits gold. It's funny because of how much stuff has been painted black or what have you. The rings are almost dry. I can flip them in a minute. And I need more paint. So even my my paint cleaner for my airbrush, I make that myself, Strand. I looked up tutorial videos on how to do it. because that stuff costs you like $30 for a bottle of it, and you can legitimately make like a gallon of it for, I'd say it was like $12. Ah, wheel them around, wheel them around. But yeah, I mean, turning something black is, as long as the gun's functioning right and working with me, which it is right now. I'm thanking God it is. Because normally, like, it took me like 20 minutes to clean it, probably half an hour to clean it earlier. All right, we are going to attempt it with Zorro real quick. We're actually going to paint the bottom of this. Let's see if we can see the wanted poster. Oh, yeah, there we go. You can actually somewhat read the words. When that dries, you'll be able to read the words on it and everything. That's awesome. I don't know what the design choice was putting the hole here, though. I'm guessing that's supposed to be where a cannonball hit below him, below his statue. It's just a weird design choice. I wonder if they did that to use less resin. And that's the other thing too. So you can go buy sculpts and models and everything else. Like you can actually pay for them. But there's also different places where you can get some of these for free. Like this Bizarro one. Let me grab Bizarro real quick. So Bizarro here, he I think the guy has them up now for like $10 or $15 if you were to buy him. But on one of the other sites, he actually listed them for free. So I was like, well, why am I going to pay $15 for him if I can just get them for free? I'll grab the free one. But you can get them. You can get a lot for free. The resin gets a little pricey. It's like 26 bucks a bottle. And the other thing with a 3D printer that costs you money is what's known as FEP. It's the film that goes in the bottom of the vat of the printer. You have to change it after a certain amount of prints because it gets loose and soft, and then your prints don't come off of it right. Like they stick to it, and it breaks the printer. Well, it doesn't break the printer; it breaks the shape or what have you. So instead of this being like round, it'll come out like oval, or your print will do what's known as failing, where it'll print like half of it and then it'll stick to the FAP. It won't pull free, and you have to clean the whole tank. You have to drain the thing, the whole 9 yards. It's a pain in the ass. See, everybody always asks me that too. Do you sell your stuff? I don't sell my stuff. What I do is I give it away. I give it to people. Like most of what everybody's been watching lately were Christmas presents, basically birthday presents, stuff like this for my son, my daughters, my wife. My wife is big on cryptids. They don't make cryptid figurines, and if they do, they're way, way overpriced. So that was part of the reason why I even got the 3D printer to begin with, was to make her cryptids that she couldn't get because she loves cryptids. Like this guy here, Conan, this Conan one, he's actually from my buddy Smurf when he gets done. Smurf's sometimes on the channel if he's not working. I'm not going to lie, a little bit. He's probably working tonight just for that extra paycheck because they pay him very well when he comes in on holidays. And since his kids are grown, he might as well get the paycheck. He and his wife are very have always been very good to me. I've known them for years. Yeah, I feel that if I were to sell them, I would cheapen them. You know what I mean? I also learned not to paint when I'm pissed off for some reason. And I know this sounds goofy as shit because, like, it really shouldn't have. It sounds like some kind of snowflake shit. I'll be honest with you, but I swear, whatever emotion you're feeling when you're painting or whatever, wherever your head is kind of how your paint job comes out. So, like when I was doing the Yeti, for example, even Smurf had said my gums were running too much and I wasn't really focusing. I was just talking, 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 and not focusing on the actual painting I was doing. And he's like, dude, and then you hit it with way too much white. And I was like, ooh, ooh, you screwed that all up. Um, I don't know if you like comic books at all, but like, so that one is the yellow lantern ring. But I've got every ring from every core for the Green Lanterns. So Alien and I have discussed streaming together, doing a stream together, and if and when we decide to do it, I'm actually going to 3D print and then I'll prime it beforehand, but I'll do an actual alien spaceship, like maybe the Bob Lazar sports model or something like that, and paint it while I'm BSing with Alien. It's just one I've got to use a different type of software, and I can't remember because Alien, and I've given shout outs to him. I usually give a shout out to him damn near every show I do because when I first wanted to stream, there are a couple people that helped me with it. And Alien was one of the main people to help me with it because I had questions. I didn't know how to, I was like, what software do you use? How do you do this? How do you do that? And Alien legit, just took the time, sent me over tutorials. He didn't like gatekeep it or say, oh, I don't want you streaming and all that kind of crap. He was just straight up like, yeah, dude, I think you'd be good at it. Here's, this tutorial. You use this software and you do this. You do. He was very helpful. So I always say, Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. Go check out his channel. Go subscribe to him if you're going to be up late at night. He covers a lot of different topics in detail. Give him a sub, help him out. He actually wants to do this as like his main source of income or his like he wants to be a streamer for life. Me, I'm doing this for fun and to BS with friends. And, kind of show people like I was just telling you that yes, you too can do this. It's not something that, oh, well, I could never do anything like that. Bullshit. You can do it. You gotta try, fail, keep trying. Yeah, Superman and Batman. That's a lot of people. A lot of people nowadays are more into like Iron Man. One of the ones that pissed me off is Robert Downey Jr. is going to be playing Doctor Doom, and I'm just like, now I've got like 2,000 people like, oh, well, I've always been a Doctor Doom fan and I know everything about him. Well, oh, that's directly from Wikipedia. Good job, dude. It's like the oldest comic I own is from I want to say 1963, and it's Fantastic Four, the original Volume 1 Fantastic Four, number 27, 28, and 29. Those are my three oldest comics in my entire collection. And it's like it blows me away because people all of a sudden become experts on topics that they just literally learned about 2 days ago, And it's something that I've been dealing with since I was a kid. Part of the reason, sorry about the noise too, that's the air compressor re upping itself and repressurizing. So that's what that motor sound is in the background. Um, One of those reasons why I love my wife so damn much is because my wife and I get into the biggest fights we get into is over comic geekdom, like how to pronounce Mr. Mixelplix's name. I was like, it's Middlyplix. She's like, no, it isn't. It's Mixelplix. Like, no, it's not. Look, here you go. Here's Superman the animated series, and she's like, yes. And if you look back, then you'll see that Gilbert Godfrey couldn't pronounce his name right on the animated series, so they had to make it easier for him to pronounce, and blah blah blah. And like, we got in this whole huge fight one time over it. It was hysterical because the people that were watching us get into this huge fight over it were like, holy shit, that's just too much information about nothing. But it's one of the reasons why I love her so much, because she's a nerd like I am. My entire house is, each room is a different superhero for the most part, and mainly DC. I don't think, yeah, none of the rooms are Marvel. I mean, the room I'm in now, I call it my boneyard, is my Joker room, because Joker is my favorite character. Um, and I actually have a first printing of the Killing Joke hanging on the wall in one spot, which is pretty much his definitive backstory. Um, I've got a Wonder Woman hallway. My my dining room we converted into, basically, it's like, it's funny. It's like a coffee center basically, because we don't eat dinner in the dining room. Like, why would we put up? My wife was like, let's get fine china, let's put in a table and all this. And then a day later, she came to me and was just like, why am I going to do all that? We're never going to use that shit. We have no people that come visit us. We don't really entertain people. Why are we doing that? We're the ones who live here. Let's build it like we enjoy it. So she's like, I'm thinking I'm going to go Justice League Dark with it. So in that room, you have like, one wall has Constantine on it and a pack of, what are they called? Silk cuts, I want to say. They're like a cigarette from overseas that my daughter-in-law actually brought over with her for us, and they're in a display case. We have like I Vampire, like we have some obscure characters. Got a Wonder Woman hallway. I've got an Aquaman bathroom. Um, then you have, I want to say it's the his and hers sinks in the master bathroom, and that room is Superman. Then we have Green Lantern is the actual bathtub bathroom thing. The kids, when my kids were still living here, their bathroom was the Wonder Twins. So there's a way to do that. Um, I don't know what the program would be nowadays, but there is a program, like before it used to be PC Anywhere is what the name of the program was. And now I don't know what they've changed that, like, I don't think it's PC Anywhere anymore. I think you can actually just do it with, I'm trying to remember. I want to say you can just do it with Windows somehow. But there is a way where you basically like co-pilot. So Alien can get, if you give him, if you put the program on your computer, he puts it on his computer, and then basically it lets him take control of the mouse and move it around and show you different stuff in the program. And I can't remember what the hell the name of the program is. Back in the day, it used to be called PC Anywhere, but I know they added that function, and I want to say they added it directly into Microsoft Windows. So if you're on like a laptop or whatever, and he's on his computer or laptop, you guys can actually work together that way. And Stranded, I'm 110% agree with you to an extent. So, and this is one of those conversations I've had with different people. The absolute definitive Joker is actually Mark Hamill in Batman the Animated Series. However, in live action, you're 100% correct. Heath Ledger to me is the definitive Joker. He's chaos. You don't know what he's going to do. He tells you he's going to do something. I'm going to blow up a hospital. He blows up the hospital. I'm going to kill the mayor. He kills the mayor. But he's chaotic. You don't know what he's going to do. Batman can't figure him out and can't stop him. So yeah, I agree with you. In live action, 110% Heath Ledger. But overall, the definitive is actually probably Mark Hamill in the animated series. Uh-oh. I think I tip dried. I think I took too long. I think I ran my gums too much. Oh no. Let's see. Oh yeah, I definitely ran my gums too much. Look at that. I'm getting that spray. Not good. Not flowy. Come on. Blow it out. Blow it out. Damn. I think I'm too thick on my mix too. So I'm just using some distilled water in there, by the way, to lighten it up a bit. What did I do with that beat up brush? Actually, you know what? Where's some of my disposable brushes? I definitely need one right about now. Haha. Disposable brush. 99 cents for a pack of 50. Found at any Walmart. Whenever I get that paint mix a little too thick, though, can always adjust it on the fly. Nah, I tip dried it. Damn. Wait. Come on, fix yourself. Nah, it's too thick in the actual needle, I think. Nope, got it blown. There we go. Oh, no, you're not distracting me. No, you're fine. You're 110% fine. Distracting is fine. I should be able to paint and talk at the same time. It's not it's just I got to make sure that I don't do what I just did, which wasn't anything to do with being distracted or anything else. At first I thought I dried out the tip, but it didn't make sense, and what it is, I didn't mix it thin enough. I need to thin out the paint. So, it's fine, not a big deal, easily recovered. Now, if I had tip dried, that would have sucked, because then I got to break apart the gun, I got to scrub the stuff out, whole 9 yards. But yeah, no, don't ever feel bad about chatting and talking or what have you. By the way, I'm not going to lie at all. Super shout out to Sheree. I know she probably cooked a big ass meal today, fed a whole bunch of people and everything else, broke her ass, got to eat, got turkey brain, and still tuned in to watch. And I appreciate the hell out of you, Sheree. I say it all the time. I'm grateful to every last one of you that tune in for just 2 seconds to watch me friggin' turn a piece of plastic black or watch me paint anything. Super appreciative. You guys are awesome. You could be doing anything else. Even if I'm just on the background, or even if you just dropped in for 2 seconds. I appreciate you. I'm happy. Happy I got decent friends. Happy you're here too, Stranded. I can't. So how the hell did you find me then if you didn't know I had a channel? Did it actually come up on YouTube as like a suggestion or something? Oh, snap my ankle back in place. Jeez. Okay, base is pretty complete. Got all the... Alright, so we are looking decent. Check the rings. Rings are good. And blackest and brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. Yeah, I'm just curious, Stranded. How did you find the channel anyway? Like, did it just pop up as like suggestion, anything like this? I think Alien goes live at some point tonight, unless he's with his family and all that for Thanksgiving and not streaming. But usually he's... If I run late, then I usually pop over in his channel as soon as I'm done streaming, just to say hi, drop a like or whatever. If I'm like taking it down and going to bed or whatnot. Sometimes I'll go over and hang out too. All right, those are looking all right. I gotta find Gandalf's sword too. It's around here somewhere. Found his staff hand. Gotta find his sword hand. Wow, that's interesting how that works because I never popped in that. Like, I've never put a description on the channel. This Krampus. This thing. I must have tried printing him like 10 times at a third the size, and he never printed right. And then the new printer, first shot, I blew him up real big and tried it, and he printed out perfect. Like, look at the bag. Got the little hand screaming out of it from the kids that were bad that had been kidnapped by the Krampus. Whole 9 yards. It's awesome. That's just crazy, though. So I'm guessing somehow the YouTube algorithm knows I do. I'm painting resin models. Maybe because I put Mars 5 Ultra review in one of my things, and like I'm gonna give that another review eventually because I was kind of harsh to it at first, and I think as I've gotten a little bit better with it and gotten used to it, like I'm impressed with the results. Like super impressed. I should find something that's super ridiculous detailed, printed on both machines, and then show them out. Ooh, I wonder if I got tip dry again. Oh yeah, that's tip dry. That's nobody's fault but mine. That's pretty crazy. If that's really how that worked, YouTube was like, see, that's just it. Nobody can. Some people have kind of figured out the YouTube algorithm to an extent, but nobody has it down pat. Huh. Blow that cleaner straight through it. Oh, a little backwash on it. Yeah, it's so the whole thing is with the airbrush. I was showing it off before. The airbrush that I'm using is a $40 airbrush. All right, made by a company called Neo Echo, Neoeco, and it's got a lot of cool features. Like it's got the what you call it valve down there, what have you. It's got 3 different sets of needles it comes with, everything else. $40. Now, everybody that's like actual professional and real deal with this, you're not going to see anything less than either a gallery or an Iwata, and they're like $150 just for the damn airbrush. And my wife had asked me, "Do I want to upgrade?" I said, "No, I want a second Neo Echo because I can have two, one for doing what I'm doing now and one for fine detail, and spend $80 versus 140. I can buy three of these for the price of an Iwata, and these are actually pretty damn good quality." Here's a question for you, Stranded. Do you ever watch a guy? His name is Barbados Rex. Just a channel suggestion for you if you like. If you want to know more about like airbrush painting and stuff like that, and painting models and all that, and what airbrushes and things like this to buy. Barbados Rex. He's like an older gentleman from New York. Sounds like he's from New York. Might be Boston, but I'm pretty sure it's New York. But man, he is just fantastic. Can't say enough good things about that guy. He just hit like 100K subscribers, I want to say, and got his plaque. But honestly, that's where I first heard about Neo Echo because it was like I want to start off and see if I even like this before I go invest in any kind of money into it. And then just stuck with the Neo Echo because I actually like the airbrush so much. And it was actually one of his videos where he did a breakdown review on it. Yeah, there you go. And you even spelled it right. Barbados Rex. But yeah, he tests them out by painting on spoons. Just a heads up there. I don't know what's going on with this. I am not getting pigment through the brush. Oh, you son of a gun. Thank goodness I did not put a lot of paint in there. So every now and again, like I said, I get tip dry, and it's my fault. 110% my fault. Because when you're done with the airbrush, you should let the air run across it. So, like, when you pull back, you're launching the paint or what have you. You hold here, all it's doing is shooting air, but it blows the rest of the paint that is on the tip out. And I keep forgetting to do it because I haven't used my airbrush in 6 months, I'd say. So I'm sitting here like, why is this jamming so much? And I keep tip drying my own brush. Like I'm doing it to I'm kicking my own self in the nuts. Just flat out called short sacking. No way I'd actually have to triple coat him. Or double coat him at least. Because I am getting... Oh. And every now and again, I can get it to push through. Thank God this is not a final coat on them, and just a base coat to build up from. That is spotty as all hell. Messy, messy, messy. Alright. Hopefully. I think I got it blown through. So it's funny, because I didn't start off with 3D printers when I first started airbrushing. What I started off with was garden gnomes. And I changed them from typical garden gnomes into different members of, like, the Avengers. Found one where it was like a lifeguard gnome and turned them into Aquaman, stuff like this. So it's really just a matter of your imagination and coming up with what did you want to paint, you know? What I'd really like to paint is just everything black right now and getting it inky black. Yeah. Ben's Works. I haven't seen that guy. What does he do? Is he like a professional? Like, because that's just it. There's some guys, they're using um like Vallejo paints and like they're amazing. They really amazing artists. Like they'll get the statues that are like 60 $70 for the 3D print it out, and then they'll hit it with like bottles of paint that are like this big that are like $5 a piece or what have you. I try to do this where, like I said, kind of showing everybody on the cheap that it can be done for less. So people on a budget, it gives you something, a creative outlet. Not everybody has a shit ton of money to waste on a hobby, you know. And when you're starting out, so I always use this story. So when I first started playing pool, and I've got multiple championships for pool, the whole 9 yards. Um, I started out with a stick that that was purchased using Marlboro Miles, right? Let's tell you something. And I won my first championship with that stick. So there is this one guy who wanted to join our pool team. Dude's name was Toby, and I'll never forget it because he showed up and he had a stick called a Predator. The stick alone cost about $1,200. The bag it was in cost about $400. The chalk holder he had was also a special chalk holder that had a piece of chalk in it. The chalk itself cost $25. He had a glove. He had all this stuff going on. So when he walked in, everybody's like, "Oh my God! Like, dude, this guy must be really, really good. Look at all the equipment he has." Man, that boy couldn't shoot his ass. Somebody friggin' put a target in front of it. He was terrible. And that's where, it comes to light that he never, when we asked him finally, like, said, "Well, I wanted to get in the pool, so I just went out and bought the best equipment." You want to learn on okay equipment, decent equipment. You don't want, dog shit, but decent equipment. And then as you get better and your skills are getting better with it, then you want to, if you're really into it, then you buy the better equipment. Then you get the better stuff. Like now I shoot with a Predator. I have a Predator case, stuff like that. But I also have the trophies that go next to it. It was a lot of practice and a lot of work. That's why if you're really interested in this and you're watching everybody do this kind of stuff, you could do it too. Don't sell yourself short ever. And there's a saying on this channel, and it's the way I end every stream. And that ending is, don't take shit from anybody. And what I mean by don't take shit from anybody is exactly that. You do you. Don't take shit from anyone. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that sounds like I'll have to look up his channel and check him out. That sounds very, very cool. Yeah, there's this one girl and her name is Svetlana, I want to say. And she does all kinds of cosplay designs and stuff like that. She's really good, and I can't remember what the hell the name of the channel is. There's another one that's called Odin Makes, and he makes a lot of like movie quality props, like Captain America's shield, stuff like that. Thanos' gauntlet, and he shows you, he breaks it down every step of the way as he does it. Really cool stuff. That's right, Sheree. Don't take shit from anyone. You do you. If you're not hurting children or animals, you know, then you do you. Don't take shit from anyone. Don't let somebody tell you what you can and can't do. You're fucking too many people tell you you can't, you can't your whole life. Eventually you're going to believe it. But why can't you? The only I love my wife very much. And I will tell you now, one of the most valuable things she taught me was this. I sat there and said, I'm thinking about getting an airbrush. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can paint. I don't know if I can do what these guys are doing. And granted, I still really can't. There's some guys out there that it's just unreal the shit they paint and the way they do it. I'm like, but even just using an airbrush, I'm watching all these videos on it. I'm kind of interested. I can't do it. She said, okay, why can't you do it? Well, I have damaged. I broke my neck when I was younger. Well, not really broke it, but bulging and herniated discs on my neck, compress on the nerve. Shoots down my arm. My arm isn't steady, so my hand's not steady. Everything else, okay? That's one reason you can't do it. Give me another. I can't do it because it takes patience. I'm really gonna have to focus in, and I I don't know. I think everything I paint will come out like shit. Said, all right, okay, that's a possibility that could happen. Now give me a reason why you can. Said, well, because I have an interest in it and I'm willing to give it a shot. She said, well, then we'll order the airbrush. So, what do you mean? She goes, well, that's just it. If there's one reason why you can do something, or you can tell yourself one reason I can do that, and this is why I can do it, then it's worth a shot because you can do it. At that point, you're defeating yourself by telling yourself you can't do it. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do the other thing. It's impossible. It's not. It's you limiting yourself. It's you telling yourself that you can't. With enough determination, enough practice, if you want to just call it sheer stubbornness, you can accomplish damn near anything. Now, like, well, I want to go shoot hoops for the NBA. Well, I'm sorry, but you're like 4 foot nothing and all this kind of that's not going to happen. But something like this, you can do it. You just got to find that one reason why you believe you can and then be determined in it. Hello, Justin. How are you? Welcome. I 3D print them. Yeah, they're 100%. Honestly, I'm gonna say unless I had to remix it to make it work, like I did. I was showing this earlier. This is somebody's model, right, for Venom. They did a base. I wanted to blow it up. The only thing is, it wouldn't fit in my printer. Let me set this airbrush down. So I blew it up. The thing is, I had to split it myself. I'll rejoin it. I'll seal it. Make it good money. I'll just have to run a seal in the resin after I paint it or what have you. But I had to split it into two halves in order to get it go through my printer. No, not for a board game. It's different random stuff. Either stuff for me, stuff for friends, stuff for my wife, kids. I, it's for a variety of people. Some people that watch me ask me for something, and I'll do it for them. I use resin. I started off with filament. Back on an XYZ. Um, it was an XYZ DaVinci 1.0 and PLA plastic printing is great if you're making parts and what have you, but when you're making a figure or a model or anything else, you don't have this smoothness to it. So it ends up with these ridges that you have to sand down to make it smooth. The resin actually gives it that punch and makes it all look uniform and smooth. Hey, forever. Happy Turkey Day, brother. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for dropping in. If you want to hang out, hang out. Yeah, I've said this a million and one times too, but it's worth repeating. Um, yeah, we talk about every damn thing in here, so feel free. The only thing we kind of stay away from is religion. Foul language is allowed because this channel is not marked for kids. Just don't use any racial slurs, and yeah, we try to avoid talking about religion in here because people get upset about it. Yeah, yep, yeah. There's some really cool stuff you can do with the resin printer. Um, a lot of it is time, patience, and guys that are much more skilled with 3D modeling than I will ever be design this stuff. A lot of the stuff I get, you can find in Thingiverse for free. You can find it on thangs.com. There's a million and one websites nowadays, and most of them you can get for free. Even some of the ones that they say, hey, I want $20 for this model, sometimes you can go to a different site, find the exact same model for free, and by the same artist, they just hook it up. Like they forgot they put it up for free for, however long on this one site and left it there and then monetized it on a different one. So if you can't find the print for free on one site, you might find it on another. One of the easiest ways is just look. Hey, mister, happy Thanksgiving. Good to see you. Robert Cook. Thanks. Thangs. Thangs. Thangs.com. Like, ain't no thing. Or ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Too looked up, going crazy. Death Row is the label that pays me. Thank you, Justin. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, he's base coated. It's crazy. These things are just like, make sure I'm not tip drying. Okay. Oh, who's next? Bizarro. Yep. Yeah, I was a 70s baby, late 70s. Yeah, yeah, today's music. I'm sorry. Bob Seger had it right. Today's music don't have the same soul. It just doesn't. Yeah, we get into music here sometimes. Matter of fact, if you say the right thing, then you'll have Mister that's in the chat right now. While he's still here, he'll sit there and recite like 90% of the lyrics for you. We had a whole big thing because I could not remember who who sang Der Kommissar. And I was like, wasn't that Falco? And everybody's like, no, dude, what's wrong with you? It's not Falco. Falco. Or no, what song was it, mister? Was it Putting on the Ritz? And everybody had to tell me Falco was actually, it was Falco who did Rock Me Amadeus. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Mainstream, what is mainstream artist nowadays? Because, unfortunately, I was always more of a classic rock guy, I guess you could say. And rock and roll is kind of dead nowadays as far as mainstream's concerned. It's really like pop and hip hop and like same sounding rap, I'll say. Because back in the day, everybody, like when it came to rap in particular, everybody had their own sound. And nowadays, it all just sounds like one song hits and then everybody copies that style. So it's really, like, can't remember the damn drummer's name. And if my buddy Sick was here, he'd kill me. But it's like Esparro, Esparro. I can't remember what his name is, but he's a sick drummer. He's just unbelievable how good he is. Taco. There you go. Yeah, Iron Butterfly. And, well, it's funny because, like, it was never in the God of Davida. It's just kind of what they labeled it. It was always in the Garden of Eden. But the way he sang it, he sang it as in the God of Davida. And they just kept it. It stuck. In the Garden of Eden, baby. But yeah, in the God of Davida. I was more into like Bad Company, stuff like that. I still would say one of the greatest of all time ever is Billy Joel. Nobody ever break me of that one. Just he was fantastic. Even 80s Joel was pretty good. Well, weren't they all on drugs when they sang it? I mean, you go back and it's like even Elvis Presley was on drugs when he sang stuff. Like I think sex, drugs, rock and roll. There was definitely a time when that was a lifestyle. I think the only classic like group I couldn't really get into, but I still like their some of their songs is the Grateful Dead. I had buddies back in the day that were like, "Oh, they're so good, man," and I just could never get into them. I was like, "Yeah, it's cool, Sugar Magnolia," and I always liked Touch of Grey by them. I always thought that was fantastic. Yeah, Sabaros is a pizza place in the mall. You're not wrong, mister. Bill Collins is an amazing drummer. Bill Collins was is still very well. I don't know. Bill Collins ain't dead, is he? But yeah, I mean, pretty much everything he put out hit. Yeah, I can't get into jazz either. I get it's free form and free flowing and all that, but yeah, I could. I don't know what it is. I feel like I should be in the dentist office getting my teeth ripped out for some reason when I hear it. Collins is started alive. They're still alive. Yeah, we didn't start the fire. Yeah, the updated version, I I don't think it's as good as the original version, but definitely they covered a lot of stuff in it, and I had never heard that. Like I had never heard that updated version put out. Who was it who did that anyway? I can't remember. I posted the dang thing on in the Discord and can't remember who it was. Get rid of this tip dry. Oh, Depeche Mode has a couple good ones. I always like the Depeche Mode song that I actually really liked was a song called "Wrong." "Wrong" was all right. Um, I didn't like "Personal Jesus" when that came out. There's another one I want to say it's called "Walking in My Shoes." That wasn't a bad song. The lyrics were interesting to it. And what was that other one? It's like, gonna take my time. Got all the time in the world to make you mine. Don't say you want me. Don't say you need me. It's understood. It's no good. That's the name of the song. Yeah, there you go. Rodney James Dio. Really? The soundtrack to Tarzan? I mean, I was always partial to Land of Confusion back when he was in Genesis. And Another Day in Paradise was always a good one. Coming in the Air Tonight, or In the Air Tonight, was good. Collins had some banger. It's like, so there's bands that you don't appreciate till you get older, right? Like one of the ones that I always took the piss out of, and it's funny because now whenever I hear one of their songs, I know all the lyrics, and then I like listen to the song, and I'm like, this is actually a pretty decent song. Is is Smashing Pumpkins. And like back in the day, we used to just make fun of Billy Corgan the whole time whenever it would come on, because you had so much other great stuff that was out there. Yeah, Fallout Boy, thank you. That's who did that updated version, which they've had some interesting ones. They're more of that newer stuff. But yeah, like old Dio is interesting as hell. One of the craziest songs. So wait, did you like Dio Sabbath over Ozzy Sabbath? Yeah, it makes complete sense now, doesn't it? You're right. The Land of Confusion video. It's kind of creepy. Damn tip dry. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Ozzy Sabbath, just unreal. I mean, Dio Sabbath wasn't bad, but Ozzy Sabbath, jeez, jeez, zoo. Yeah, I think I wore out the cassette tape for Paranoid back in the day. That's pretty cool. Dio, yeah, like Dio was not bad. I used to love. I know when I was, God, well, I actually went and saw somewhere on tour. Iron Maiden was always one of my favorites when I was a kid. Like just shit like the drums on Run to the Hills. And every one of their lyrics always was like, told that story. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Nico McBrain. No, Nico McBrain owns the pub, I think, over in England. One of them was like a literary, like, had like a PhD in literary or something. So a lot of their songs, especially the older one, older times, were all like Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. I had a test on it in high school, And my buddy Sammy told me, he's like, dude, just listen to the song over and over. You'll ace the test if you can just remember the lyrics in your head. And I must have listened to that song like 20, 30 times in a row. And it was like a 15-minute long song. But I aced the test. Alice Cooper and George Thorogood. That must have been interesting. Was that during Thorogood's like get a haircut and get a real job? Like those days? That sounds interesting as hell, to be honest with you. He just played the bar songs. So one bourbon, one scotch, one beer, bad to the bone, move it on over. Uh, nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like anybody that grew up, I'm going to say in the 80s, 90s, you were blessed because you had 60s music still on the radio. You know, that was the classic rock or what have you. 60s and 70s. So you got like this background. And then you had the one hit wonders and the pop bubble gum of the 80s. Then you had the grunge of the 90s. And it all just, what a mix. You got an actual education in music, even if like, because shit, I used to listen to rap way back when it was DJ Herc up in New York and all that kind of stuff because I grew up just outside Philly. And, you'd get like these tapes, like mixtapes from a buddy or whatever, and be like, yo, check this shit out. I mean, we got everything from NWA to Run DMC, and we had such a variety of music. And it wasn't all commercialized. Well, it was all commercialized, but it wasn't. A lot of it wasn't played on the radio too. That was the really, really good shit. Like you had the old classics that were in the pop bubblegum favorites, but I don't think you ever heard "Fuck the Police" on any station ever. Yet everybody knew the lyrics to the song. Yeah, yeah, and there you go, forever. There, that's a good way of saying it. But that's just it. I also don't. I don't know. I think I think reality is MP3 players killed the music industry. I really think MP3 players like because I'll tell you what, when Napster first came out, man, I downloaded everything. Well, I mean, I say that because you might be able to catch a song on the radio and put it on a cassette tape or what have you. When CDs came out, I remember buying shit for just one song. Like, oh, that one song's great. I gotta go get the whole damn CD. Like the Toadies Possum Kingdom. Like I bought the whole CD. The rest of the CDs sucked except for that one song. Mickey. So yeah, maybe I should tell the new guys. So most people that do this kind of shit, like live stream and all that, they have some kind of format or um, some kind of ground rule. Like something that you follow. Like tonight we're going to discuss blah blah blah. No, no, no. This channel is 110% driven by the chat. So like how we're talking about music now, well, we can talk about music for the next 5 hours, and I have no problem with it. You know, movies, anime, you name it, mostly pop culture. I've either lived through it, like sounds like most of you guys did, or um, you can flip it, whatever. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Toadies, Kingdom was a banger. The ones that broke my heart because I loved their first album was a group called Seven Mary Three. Everybody knows the song Cumbersome, right? That was never like that song was all right, but my favorite was and it was all just him singing and drums. And I'm trying to remember what the hell the name of the song is, but it's on the same thing. Like it's on the same album. Um how's it go? It goes, I wake up to beat the sun from its glory. I'm only one cigarette away from mobility. What the hell's the name of the damn song? It's going to drive me nuts now. But it's on the first album, and that was always my favorite song. Like, there's just something about it. Like, my favorite dog was the song directly after it. But yeah, Cumbersome was like, all right. And then they put out their second album, and their second album just sucked. Like, there was one good song on that album, maybe two, and the rest of it just sucked and it broke my heart. A lot of bands in the 90s that were like that, though, unfortunately. Yeah, see, like 60s and 70s rock, that was our drinking music when I was like 16, 15, 16. That was my party music. Like we'd all sit around and drink. You get like something like a Pink Floyd song would come on, or somebody would throw a Floyd song on. We'd all just start singing, like especially "Wish You Were Here" was a big one. Um, a lot of old school Billy Joel. That was always like a big hit where everybody like Piano Man. Everybody would sing the hell out of that song. Um, Bad Company, guys that I used to hang out with. Everybody like the little group's name was the Outlaws. So Bad Company was kind of their theme. I mean, I'll tell you what. One of them, my best friend, God rest his soul, got me into Primus because of bass with Les Claypool, because he was a bassist. So he was like, He was hardcore into it. I had absolutely zero fucking musical talent. I was good at spinning records in bars and stuff like that as a DJ, but that's about the extent of my music talent. I always did know what sounded good though. Yeah, Jimi Hendrix all along the Watchtower. Anytime that would come on, I would always crank that up. I always loved that. That was actually my favorite by him. Everybody else was like kind of Hey Joe or Purple Haze. For me, it was always all along the Watchtower. Another one that was always like, I never really got into it, but people would rock the hell out to it was Janis Joplin. See, Fish I couldn't really get into because like too many of the people I knew that were into it were fucking way too into LSD for my liking. They kind of took over for the Grateful Dead once the Dead were done. Like a matter of fact, I knew one guy that that was his big thing. That was his big let's go pick up girls thing was playing either Fish or Grateful Dead and then acting like he was, Mr. Hippie and he really was not about that life. Wait, wrong first name for which one? Stranded before Napster. We had to be quick with the tape recorder to start recording as soon as the song started on the radio and cuss the DJ. Yeah, dude, that was always the worst. The DJ just talking and talking and talking while the song was either coming out or White Zombie back when it was actually White Zombie was amazing. God, there was so much stuff that like kids nowadays, I feel bad for them. Like they got screwed. Like what do they get? Taylor Swift? Like, geez, that's it. Like that's your pop. Oh, you wrote John instead of Jim. Yeah, yeah, that happens. Jim Morrison was another one that I remember girls in high school finding his poetry and being like, "Oh my God, I wish he was still alive." I'm just like, man, you ain't that deep. Like, come on now. It's like people that saw Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but never read a Hunter S. Thompson like book like Hell's Angels or the one where he's on the campaign. What the hell's the name of that book? That one's a funny book too. But I mean, just to see what an amazing writer he actually was. They just go by Fear and Loathing, and that's it. Yeah, Morrison. So Jim Morrison was it like the Doors was fun to listen to. He had some poetic stuff in his lyrics. Yeah, Stone Temple Pilots were actually one of my favorites out of the 90s. As sinful as this is to say, one of the ones that I didn't resonate super hard with was actually Nirvana. Like some of their songs I really enjoyed. Other stuff, I was just like, man, you guys like you're really, really into this and I get it, but I can't. I don't know. It just didn't land right with me. Stone Temple Pilots, everything up until when did they break off and do talk show? I think when what's his name? Was it Scott Weiland went into rehab and then their music kind of switched. I know when they did Purple, that was a great album, and then they started to go downhill after, not long after. Yeah, forever. You absolutely were the dude who rocked Monty Python and all that kind of stuff, and people didn't understand. Yeah, so Stone Temple Pilots is a weird one because there was a point in time, and I mean, granted, the brothers split the band up and then tried to put out another band. They put another band together, and it was called Talk Show, and they had one hit on the album called Hello Hello, and that was it. Like, and then meantime, Scott Weiland went off, and didn't he get into a Velvet Revolver with Slash? I want to say, but yeah, they were odd. Like they had some great stuff. Like the first two albums they did, um, what was it, Core and Purple? I want to say those first two albums were absolute banger. Like you could just leave them on and just let them play straight through. But it like another one that I liked their music and all that, but I fucking absolutely could not stand them because of how big of a douchebag their frontman was Pearl Jam. Like their music was decent, but Eddie Vedder was a complete douchebag. Yeah, see, like Stranded, you like the obscure doors. You don't like the poppy doors. That's pretty awesome, dude. I always got a kick out of the song "The End" by the Doors. That was always one of mine. Dude, Axl Rose had a reason to be arrogant because of how good his voice actually like legit is and was. But at the same point in time, I remember they fucking started pretty much a riot in Philly the one time because they were supposed to open for, I want to say it was Metallica. And Axl Rose was like, "No, my voice isn't doing well," or something like this, and like it started a fucking riot. Like people were pissed. Yeah, Eddie Vedder, like he just there is such a thing as becoming a rock star, I guess, and taking yourself too seriously, and that's pretty much what he did. Like he really did. I'll never forget. I want to say it was MTV and Kurt Loder, and he did an interview with Kurt Loder, and he was fucking hammer drunk, and he got all pissed off about it because they released the interview, and he was like, "Don't release that interview. I was drunk." Forever, you crack me up because I remember you in high school too. That's a long ass time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Ooh, shit's blowing through. Shit's blowing through. I got to do a pickle Rick eventually. I got to find one. I want to find one with the rat parts though. Still one of the funniest damn episodes of the show to date. Unfortunately, they kind of fucked Rick and Morty up. Yeah, what the hell was Pearl Jam's last great hit? Where can my baby be? And it wasn't even, that was a cover. I'm trying to think, what was their last great hit? Because they had Spin the Black Circle, all that kind of crap. But what was Pearl Jam's actual last that you can remember, like, was a banger that everybody listened to? Or everybody raved about? Yeah, Rick and Morty was fantastic, and then some girl came out and accused Justin Roiland of doing naughty stuff to her, and yeah. Yeah, it was GG on that. They got rid of him. They brought in a bunch of voice actors, and they try to keep the show going, and it just doesn't land the same. I think Roadhouse Blues might be a little bit more popular. Same thing with Love Her Madly. That was more of a Poppy Doors song. Like that got a lot of radio play. Still does to this day on certain stations. I'm sure. I don't know. I haven't listened to the radio in a long ass time, to be honest with you. Just I'll pop it on and either I know the lyrics to everything or it's something I don't want to know the lyrics to at all. It's a shame. I mean, what do we got for modern bands that are really good? I'll tell you what, the one that I had high hopes for, and I think after their Saturday Night Live appearance, it kind of just faded off, and I haven't heard anything from them, was Greta Van Fleet. They sounded a lot like Zeppelin. Riot Act. Well, yeah, because now our generation's music is basically like elevator music, which is unreal. Like we are that old. And she's gonna be creepy to do. I could do like the outsides and the insides. I can actually get this thing to. I'm gonna blow past the tip dry. 14. You sure it was 14? Talking live performances too. I still have my box set. Zeppelin is my number one of 70s bands. Well, 60s, 70s bands like classic rock. Zeppelin's always been my thing. My favorite song by them was always Over the Hills and Far Away. That was like the story of my life. Not gonna lie. At one point in time, back when I wore a younger man's trousers. Let's see. You have 1 through 4. Zeppelin 1 through 4. Coda In Through the Outdoor. So that's 6. The double album. What the hell was the double album? I'm trying to remember what the hell the double album was. What was the double album? It's gonna drive me nuts. They're sold CDs. Yeah, because let me see. Zeppelin 1 through 4. Song remains the same. MB5. In Through the Outdoor. Coda. I think In Through the Outdoor was the double album. I'm trying to remember what the other ones are. Maybe Song Remains the Same was the live that they did. I know they did a live, and they actually like recorded everything else. I mean, you had No Quarter, but that came out later on. That was just Page and Plant. I know I saw them in concert for that one. Saw Page and Plant in concert 3 times in Philly. The last time they played Philly, Page and Plant, everybody like they came out for their second encore, and Jimmy Page picked up the guitar and strummed the intro to Stairway to Heaven, and the entire place just everybody lost their shit. And then Robert Plant was like, next time, next time. And there never was a next time. That son of a bitch. Oh, so that's forever. So Robert, well, what year did you graduate anyway? Because you got to remember, I got thrown out my first junior year, so I had to repeat. I had to do my junior year over again. I had a month left and got thrown out. So I would have been pushed a year, I think, back from you. And I ran into a guy, true story, ran into a guy while I was running the GameStop. When I was the store manager at GameStop, dude dropped in, and I was like, "Hey, you look familiar." He's like, "Oh my god, I haven't seen you since high school." Yeah, oh shit, that's where I know you from. He's like, "Yeah, man, I work at that school now, and they keep up with people and everything else. 2/3 of my graduating class is dead, just died in different ways: drug overdoses, car accidents. One dude took his, can't make this shit up. It was Christmas Day. Was over playing with his nephew. His nephew had a little mini bike, like little tiny one. He was being funny. He was on it and he was riding it. Had his legs out to the side and everything else. Popped the wheelie, fell backwards, hit his head on the asphalt, and died. Like what the fuck? No, you're right. It was 94. So yeah, we did. So I must have gotten thrown back into your class forever. But Robert Cook, I don't remember him. I, I I can't remember him. I was also drunk most of that time because you got to remember forever back then. That's when I started working at the bar, like the one place, the Village Pub was the name of the bar. Started working there when I was 14. Started drinking when I was 15 at the bar after hours, and I would come to school. That's what got me thrown out my junior year. Was I was working and just told teachers to go fuck themselves because what are you going to tell me? I'm already making money. I'm 16. I know everything. And then got held back for or well, thrown out, got back in, and then was pretty much just coasted through my entire senior year because they would just send me around the school to fix the computers. If you remember, that was the shop I was in. Robert was a short bus student. Man, I knew most of the short bus students. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he made it pretty far though. If he was a short bus student, he made it that far in life. Like that's not terrible. I mean, look, yeah, I'm not even going to talk about it with my best friend, but he died, and he was younger than I am now when he died, and he died of a stroke. Hell, I don't know if you remember this guy. He would have been a year ahead of you forever. His name was Kevin Curtis. He had a stroke and died too about a year back. Everybody called him Squirrely. Kind of a short dude, glasses. I went to go look him up because he actually grew up down the street from me and found out that he had, like my wife came back. She's like, "Yeah, I found him." I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, his obituary." Showed it to me. It was fucked up. Yeah, Justin, you are not wrong. You are 110% not wrong. Today's kids back then would have been fucking dead. Like, I still play a lot of video games, and the shit that comes out of people's mouths when you're playing a video game against them. I've said this on stream before. Back in the day, if we were in the arcade and you talk some shit the way that your mouth runs on that video game, I would have drugged you outside the bowling alley, the skating rink, or just the arcade in the mall itself and beat the other 11 shit out of you. Like, definitely would have beat the ever loving shit out of you. Like, and it's just ridiculous. Like, you get behind a keyboard, you can say all kinds of nasty shit to whoever you want and say stuff about their mother and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, if you were standing next to this person, would you still run your mouth the same way? Like, would you have the ass to back it up, you know? And 90% of the people that talk the most shit were always the ones that got knocked the fuck out the hardest. Yeah, I mean, and you're not wrong. It's like there's a difference between discipline and abuse, but you also, it's one of those things. My parents didn't ask me how I felt about something that I had fucked up or put me in a corner for timeout. I got hit with a belt. Like, I got my ass cracked the other way. One of the only two people to ever knock me out in my entire life was my mother when she hit me in the head with a cast iron frying pan. Like, and that was, I hit my little sister, or whatever. I ran for it, and she just happened to have it in her hand, time and threw it, and knocked me cold. Yeah, see, and that's the right way to do it, because, like I said, there's that difference between discipline and abuse, and you can discipline somebody, especially a child, and not, like, you know what I mean, like, scar them for the rest of their life. But yeah, kids nowadays, some of the shit that comes out of their mouth, my God. I'll tell you what, you want to one of the best ass whoopings I ever saw with a woman and her child. This honest, the hand of God story. I was running a GameStop, and I ran one for many years, working on becoming an assistant manager and all this. One day I'm in the GameStop, and this woman had this child with her. And this child was probably about 10, 11 years old. And he wanted Grand Theft Auto. And so she brings it up to the counter, and by law, I have to read off, well, ma'am, it's rated M for mature, and this is what it's rated M for mature for. And I point to it on the label, sex, drugs, da 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 da, and then like we'd go into our own little tangent with it of, yeah, you can also rob prostitutes and beat them up. And get your money back. You can do this. You can do that. You can do the other thing. So this mother's like, you can't have this game. Fuck you, mom. Fuck you. You're buying it for me right now. Blah 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 blah. This little kid starts going off at his mother. And I looked at her. I said, ma'am, the only way they can access my cameras is if I let them, or somebody stole something. And I didn't see anything. She said, what do you mean? I said, I didn't see anything. We don't call DIFUS in this store. And she looked at me and she looked at that kid. Fuck you, mom. You're going to buy this for it? Whap. And man, she smacked his fucking, like, I swear to God, that kid's probably still unconscious on the ground. Like, still waiting to wake the fuck up. Like, she whacked him and, like, she got this big ass smile on her face. He started crying. Just great shit, though. Like, parents are, and you're not wrong. They're so afraid nowadays. Like, I'll just call the police and they'll arrest you and all this stuff. Nope, you hit them. I'll back your play, lady. Because I ever said some shit like that to my mom, I'd be picking my teeth off the ground. I don't know. I don't know about that, mister. That elderly woman is like, it's a good song. I was Daughter on that same album? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember what songs were on like Spin the Black Circle. Yeah, that's awesome. Happy birthday to your daughter, Justin. But yeah, I mean, and that's just it. Like, children have to be raised with if you give them discipline and structure and you do it in the right way, the fundamental way, they grow up to be decent human beings. If you do it in the wrong way, they end up with a head full of fucking problems. But you have to give, like, all children love structure because they have to, they can't do it for themselves. I've said this before, I'll say it again. My parents never loved my ass. They were too into themselves and too worried about themselves. And that was all right because all it did was let me go out, fuck up a whole bunch, and I fucked up, and then learn from my mistakes and then get better and just survive and be better. I would have preferred if I had that discipline and that structure in my life when I was young because it set me back. But also I don't know. Like, in a way, it was a good thing, but I think that's more about who I am as a person than for everybody. You know what I mean? I got lucky. That's the best way I can say it is I choked to death on a cigarette. Probably the best way I can say it. God damn it. I swear to God, one of these days I'm just going to get a Hobbit smoking pipe. I always wanted to try one of those damn things. Thanks, mister. Thank you for dropping in, brother. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully we see you again soon. Oh, okay. Dear Lord. Oh, Frodo Baggins. Yeah, and you know what? 110% Justin. That's kind of where I sit on shit as well. You're a kid once. Let them be kids. Let them enjoy life. You know, you're entitled to your own beliefs. Let somebody become who they're going to become. Let a child become who they want to, but give them their discipline, their structure, their rules. And then when they turn 18, hey, you can make whatever fucking decision you want. If I taught you right, then you're going to make the right goddamn decision. And sometimes you're going to make the wrong one, but use it as a learning. Use it as a place to learn from, you know? But it's also one of those things like, why are you going to rush my kid to be an adult and make adult choices? That's not your place. Like, that's my place as a parent to determine, not yours. Nachos. Holy shit. 3 to 5 fucking packs a day. Brother, how do you have lungs left? I thought I was bad because I'm like at a pack a day almost. Wow. Dear Lord. 3 to 5 packs a day. How much? Oh, god damn. Yeah, I am going to have to quit smoking soon. My lungs are going to go. Or at least cut back. God damn it. Geez, how much was it for a pack of cigarettes where you're at, Justin? Was it like $2 a pack or? Because I know like places like, actually I have one buddy. He lives in upstate New York, and he was like smoking 2 packs a day, and I was like, well, cigarettes must be cheap up there or something, right? And he was like, yeah, no, not really. They're like $12 a pack. I'm like, dude, that's 24 fucking dollars a day. Like, I'm pissed off with cigarette prices as they are now. Like, the fuck? God damn. Unless you were a trucker or something. If you're a trucker, I kind of get it because you're on the road and something to do and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I figured like I was gonna try like a Hobbit pipe with actual good tobacco in it and stuff like that. See how it suited me. See if it was a little smoother on my lungs or I enjoyed it more. Because I like smoking. I do. Yeah, I remember those fucking days too when cartons were like $25, $30. And then you know what happened? We got a president in the office that wanted to quit smoking, so he raised the tobacco tax. He figured if he raised the price, it would help him quit smoking. And it helped him quit smoking, but god damn it, it hurt everybody else who liked smoking. They wanted to keep smoking. It was actually Obama. Yeah, it was Barack Obama. Apparently, he smoked his cigarettes like he used to smoke his joints in college, too, the way he held them. But yeah, it started going up under Bush, and they raised it, but that was Bush giving in to the lobbyists of the tobacco industry because they wanted more money. Same sons of bitches who, made cannabis illegal federally. But anyway, so then when Obama got into office, he was still smoking cigarettes and he wanted to quit. And that was one of the things he did. He raised the tax on cigarettes. So you have a state tax on them, but you have a federal minimum. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's just Hunter had a crack problem. We don't see crack prices going up, do we? Trump has a porn star problem. You don't see prices on porn stars going up, do you? What the fuck? Yeah, see, so that's just it. When I first moved, because I'm in South Carolina, when I first moved here, my cigarettes were $2 or no, $3 cheaper than they are now. Like I get a pack of my cigarettes for 2.50. And then something happened, and I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden they started putting tax stamps on the side of my cigarettes, and it went up by $2.50. Well, it went up by $1.50 at first, and then now it's up to 2.50 over what I originally was paying for 'em. Well, but there's a reason for that too, because if you smoke cigarettes, you're more than likely going to have lung problems down the road. It's a good chance that you're going to give yourself cancer in one shape or form. So of course they're going to raise the premiums on it. You know, I don't know. Health insurance right now is kind of broken too, in my opinion. They need to fix that shit. But we'll see. Everything's a wait and see at this point. We'll see what happens with everything. We'll see if If shit gets good, shit gets bad. We won't know until at least a little bit more time. Yeah, and you're right. Vaping is the same as smoking. Actually, to tell you the truth, from what I understand, vaping is kind of worse for you because of the water vapor. Something with it steaming your lungs. I don't know how true or false that is, so don't quote me on it. I just remember hearing something about it or reading something about it. That like e-cigs are just as bad, if not worse, for your lungs than smoking. The good news is this: smoking or vaping or whatever, your lungs are one of the organs in your body that you can actually repair if you don't damage them too bad. So you can like quit and your tissue will regenerate in some cases. Now, if you abuse the shit out of it, kind of like I do, then yeah, probably not. But if you smoke lightly and then quit, or, take breaks in between, like I don't smoke a cigarette, I smoke one every like once a week, I might smoke a cigarette or something like that. Like you've gotten to that point, there's a good chance your lungs can regenerate from it. John Stossel? Really? We're talking about the reporter John Stossel, right? Sure. Because, I mean, that would be interesting if that's true. I could believe that, though. I could see that happening. Yeah, I remember you saying that forever. Like, you got it bad. Yeah, that's crazy shit. You must have gotten like the alpha wave of that, because the alpha of Rona was pretty fucking lethal apparently, and then the virus evolved, and because it was, it kills off all its hosts, well then it can't exactly keep going, can it? So it backs itself off and makes itself more infectious and less deadly. All right, so John Stossel, funny thing about that dude, and like anybody that's an 80s kid might remember this, especially if you watched WWE back in the day. But Hulk Hogan, his main opponent, wasn't supposed to be like the Iron Sheik and Andre the Giant and all that. Originally, it was supposed to be a guy named Dr. D, Dwight Schultz. And John Stossel went to the WWE to do a whole expose on them. He's a reporter or what have you. And he literally was going up to different wrestlers and going, "What you do is fake. What you do is fake. What do you think about that?" We walked up to Doctor D, Schultz, and he says to him, "What I think what you do is fake. What do you think about that?" And fucking Doctor D slapped the fuck out of him, knocked him on the ground. He got back up. He slapped the fuck out of him again. Goes, "Fake? Does that feel fake to you?" Yeah, they fired Dr. D. Dr. D, David Schultz. I think that's his name. Justin, you have a great night too. Um, hopefully you enjoyed it, and I'll actually be painting probably next time. I stream every Thursday, and then eventually I'll get back to streaming Sundays again. I've been taking Sundays off, but usually I do Thursdays and Sundays, 8 o'clock Eastern. Subscribe if you want, man. If not, appreciate you dropping in, having a good conversation, and spending some time, man. But yeah, absolutely. Like we hang out and bullshit like this. We call this the brain break. Because everybody in here kind of needs a brain break from time to time from whatever. And just some good folk sitting around bullshitting. Oh, and that is something else I fucking forgot too, Sheree. Sheree, you got to remind me of these things. Do not super chat me. Do not click to join a membership to this channel. I don't do this shit for the money. I do it for fun and enjoyment and everybody else's enjoyment. If I get big eventually, then YouTube will pay me for my content. So keep that in the back of your heads too. We ain't all about the grift here. We're all about just having a good time and bullshitting with good people. I'm telling you, one of these days, Sheree, somebody's going to drop in randomly, enjoy something or what have you, and next thing I know, I'm going to have a super chat and be like, oh, fuck. Like, oh, fuck, now what? And, that's, like I said, that's where I feel like I'm in part of the grift at that point, where it's like now this shit's a job. Now I got to be entertaining. Now I've got to be not boring. Now instead of just some asshole with a 3D printer, airbrush, and a big mouth, I've got to actually be like a YouTuber or whatever the hell they call them nowadays. Did you by chance get the shot for the coronavirus? Get the vaccine monetized, or did you skip it? Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't get vaccinated either. I I heard they're safe and effective. I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't recommend one way or the other. And I think I'm required to say that too, but that's the God honest truth. I am not a medical doctor and I can't recommend anything or say anything against it, but yeah, I never got vaxxed either. I also think it might be, from what I understood, it's comorbidities and, damn, I can't believe I gotta load up black again. It's comorbidities and also genetic makeup. God damn. Yeah, Sheree, you're not the only one to say that. So that guy that pops in here every now and again, Dark. I always call him Dark. I can't remember. I think it's Matt something or what have you. Back in 2019, right around that time, like not long before they shut everything down, he got super sick. Like we thought he was gonna die. Like he thought he was gonna die. We're like, what the fuck is going on with Dark? Because we're all playing the game together, and we all thought he was gonna fucking die. And he was like, I'm pretty sure I caught COVID like when it first got here because it lined up right with the time, everything up. But I mean, he was fucking bad. But yeah, I haven't caught it, but then again, I also don't really interact with a lot of people either, and I don't really leave my house all that much. Not if I can help it. Like I really don't. I don't have friends anymore. Stuff like this. So I don't really have a reason. I don't go out to a pool league or anything. So in a way, it was kind of a blessing. Matter of fact, it's fucked up now. I'm thinking about it. It was right around the time I quit my job too. Good God. It would have been fine if it weren't for my meddling kids. Oh, look, it's Venom's Venom's jaw. How the hell am I supposed to? Well, the guy's painting my fingers there. Oh, one half of it. Well, actually, I don't know what to do with this. I guess I should paint it and see if it helps. Good God, I got to start moving crap out of here. I'm going to hold off on Venom's stand and Venom himself till I figure out and make sure the stand doesn't break apart. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, like, so what you're saying, Sheree, I heard that a lot. I remember watching videos. A lady caught it in New York. She's walking down the street and she just like falls over. Like, just what the fuck? Oh, very awesome. Be glad to see it forever. You're gonna have to let me know when you start streaming. I'll check you out. Wow. Wow. So you think one of those kids gave it to you? I don't know where. I know New York was definitely one of the first spots that shit came in because, like I said, but I could definitely see Washington being a spot too. Like part of the problem was, and it was one of those things where I don't know what could you really do Because you can't sit there and say, well, you know, you're not allowed to come back into your home country. Like, you make somebody sit in quarantine for 2 weeks, but at that point, they didn't even know how long the gestation period was. So it's like, I don't know what could have been done different in that scenario. Lock people out of the country, say, well, we know you're an American citizen, but you're not allowed back in your home country. Like, I don't know if that's legal. And it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Somebody would have, snuck in. No, nothing could, because, like, there was just so many problems with it in the beginning. There was so much just bullshit that was bandied around. Um, I'll tell you what though, that's something that's going to be a reckoning come real soon, because the doctor, what's his name, Bhattacharya, I'm going to say his name is. I'll be amazing and give myself a gold star if I got that last name right, but I think his name is Dr. Bhattacharya. He he actually had a plan that was like, yeah, with the coronavirus, this is how this should work. And Dr. Fauci and, CDC, all that other shit, all shot it down. And his plan was actually, we protect the people that are vulnerable to it. Everybody else basically gets subjected to it. And we just herd immunity this shit, and it'll become like the common cold, since it's coronavirus. And he's now going to be, I want to say, the director of the CDC, or it isn't NIH. It's one of them. He's one of the cabinet picks now. And Fauci kind of went at him extra hard. So now it's going to be interesting to see, because now the shoe's kind of on the other foot. Is he going to fire back and go after Fauci hard? Like, okay, I want all your information on COVID. I want like, we're in a fucked up time right now. There's so much stuff that our government may or may not have done that is about to come up that we're going to all get to see released. Everything from JFK to Epstein to all that stuff. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what comes out. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Back when we were kids, back when I was a kid, if one person in the classroom got chicken pox, then it was everybody in this classroom needs to get chicken pox immediately. And then it was just done. Like, your whole class, it was, as soon as the first kid caught chicken pox, it was over. Like, everybody got chicken pox, everybody was done with chicken pox, and everybody was good. But they don't do shit like that nowadays. I don't even know what the hell they do nowadays. They just give you a vaccine for it, or I'll tell you what, I am not excited for. I want to know, but I am also terrified of what that info might tell us. Just the JFK assassination. That shit is done and over with. What? How many years ago? How long ago did that shit happen? But if it comes out and it says the CIA teamed up with such and such and did this, that, and the third, like Lee Harvey Oswald really was just a patsy, I think the American people are going to feel some kind of way. Now, granted, it's not our generation, but still, we know that our government had a hand in executing one of our presidents. Man, that shit's going to be unreal. I will be right back, everybody. I have to pee. Oh, thank God. Sorry, guys. So, no, not RFK Jr. Yeah, there you go. NIH. So, RFK Jr. is HHS, which is Health and Human Services, which is over CDC, NIH. I think it's National Institute of Health or something like that. Yeah, Bhattacharya. But yeah, he literally just nominated him a little bit ago. I think his name is Richard Bhattacharya. And the big thing is that like Fauci like tried to destroy that man and just wreck his career because he disagreed with him on COVID. And so now this guy's going in and he'll literally have access to all Fauci's files. Richard Levine. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, that pendulum. Let's just hope that the pendulum swings to the middle and not too far to the right, because it can be just as bad as it swinging too far to the left. It's going to be. Did they ever name who Trump's education secretary is going to be? Well, it wasn't just the politician ones, it was the ones that were getting paid by big pharma. So, like Pfizer and Moderna and all that, man, that shit 110% pissed me off. A lot of people didn't need to die. That's the long and the short of it. Linda McMahon. Stephanie McMahon is their daughter. That's right. I forgot about that. It is Linda McMahon. I don't know why the hell he would give her unless he's going to do away with the education department because she was in charge of like small business last time, and that was actually a good position for her because that mom and pop company became a multi-billion-dollar company. She was actually pretty good with giving out small business loans and stuff like that. Yeah, he's right. It is Linda McMahon. That's right. I do remember hearing that. But that's just weird. Like that's a weird choice. Then again, Matt Gates was a weird choice for AG. Like maybe like Department of Transport or something, but I can't see Matt Gates as AG. Like when he had nominated, I was just like, that doesn't make. I mean, it's a good way to throw a Molotov at the DOJ, but I can't see him as the AG. Like Merrick Garland, piece of shit, whatever you want to say about him. At least he was like a judge for a long time and stuff like that. Matter of fact, I think Obama was trying to get him on the Supreme Court at one point. Damn, why is this thing? Oh, yeah, because I had to get up and pee. Kind of jammed the damn gun again for a second. Just so you know, I'm cleaning it well. I don't. I I don't know. I don't know what to do. It was like what. So my big problem is I'm like torn on that one, on getting rid of the Department of Education. The reason why I would get rid of Department of Education is because they suck. Kids are getting worse instead of getting better when it comes to education, and they are falling behind. At the same point in time, I do think there should be some kind of at least standard that everything has to run to. And if you can't bring it up to that standard, then I don't know. It's got to be like fundamental change somewhere. But teachers, some of them are crazy as shit. We get to see the craziest shit ones. That's the one everybody TikToks. But what about the teachers that are actually breaking their ass and doing a good job and maybe motivating the student to be better at life? What then? Yeah, well, Gates, so that's just it. Here's the question. Did Gates step down of his own accord, like they said? Or did Trump say to Gates, look, man, what's coming up in this ethics report? Because if it's some shit with underage chicks, you need to fucking go. And I'll let you bow out graceful. Like, just be real with me. And, like which way do you think that conversation went down? And Pam Bondi is Gates's replacement. I did see that. Like I said, I've been trying to stay away from politics, but there's some shit that still bleeds through, and when it does, and I see it, I'm just like, oh, I gotta know. Like, I want to know who he's putting in charge of different positions. Like, I think Tulsi Gabbard in charge of the intelligence agencies is brilliant because here's the thing: everybody thinks of her just as a medic in the military. That is not what Tulsi's job actually is. Yeah, Tulsi's actual job in the military is she's basically a psych officer. She does psychological warfare, like she's in charge of that kind of shit. So that's one of those things that people don't realize unless you really look into her background. So it'll be interesting to see how what she does when she gets in there. But I also think anybody that was loyal to Donald Trump, so like RFK, for example, he simply said to RFK, what job do you want? Tulsi, what job do you want? Um, and I was saying this, I think, way early on. One of the people, and I don't know if I finished this thought or not, one of the people I would like to see as director of the FBI or in charge of the CIA, I would prefer him in charge of the FBI, is Cash Patel. Oh no, no, no! Don't get that twisted, Stranded. They did find evidence against Gates. They absolutely did, but they also found that the evidence was this: the girl didn't reveal she was 17, and when she finally did, Matt Gates cut off the relationship at that point because he didn't know. Like they admitted he didn't know that she was 17. But don't get that fucked up at all. He absolutely was, doing stuff with an underage girl. The thing is that when he found out she was 17, he split it off immediately, like, whoa, I can't be doing that, and ended it. And then when she turned 18, he started dating her again. Um, Cash Patel, you would have to, like, unfortunately, kind of look into him. He he was in the Trump administration the first time out. If you watch Fox News, you've probably seen him on there. He's been on Tim Pool a couple times. He is a Indian guy. Oh God, what the hell! Wow, that thing's jammed. That thing's jammed bad. I'm not even getting pushed through it. Started bubbling out the top. But he's pretty awesome. Yeah. So no, no, no. There's evidence. They just weren't going to prosecute him on that evidence because the whole thing is like if he did it and he knew the girl was underage, that would have been one thing, right? Like, oh, she's 17. Well, the hell with it. I'm going to go do it anyway, right? But then her friends or whatever were testifying to it that, yeah, it turns out he had no clue she was underage. Apparently, a dude had gotten her a fake ID, so he thought she was of age. And then he found out He cut off the relationship and then got back together with. And apparently, all that stuff is in the House Ethics report that's probably going to get leaked real soon here. Yeah, and that's the other part. You're not wrong. Not good. Like, okay, well, I waited 6 months. You're 18 now. Let's get back to doing the naughty. Yeah, not good at all. Just he's got issues. Oh shit. Speaking of issues, that whole thing is black. That is not good. I hope I didn't blow a seal. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole situation's fucked up. He did it. He did it to himself. Oh. Big old goober of paint right in my face. Yeah, and somebody else had covered this shit, and it was on like Twitter, I want to say. But this chick broke down the whole thing because apparently it goes back to some dude. They tried to bribe Gates's, like, I want to say it's either his stepfather or his father. I can't remember which, for $25 million, or they were going to leak that his son was under federal charges, and they didn't even know there was federal charges at this point. Like, he went on Tucker Carlson, like when Tucker was still on Fox, and like was like, somebody's trying to do this, that, and the other thing. Like, he got ahead of it, but he didn't even know he was under investigation. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Either Trump told him to bow out. That's the part nobody knows. Did Trump tell him, like, yo man, you need to fuck off now? Or was he like, yeah, I know what's coming up and I need to get out before I, basically ruin Donald Trump? Because he could have derailed everything. Like, if Trump was like, no, he's going to be my AG, and really started fighting for him, and it all came out like he did this, he did that, he did the other thing, like, people are going to look at Donald Trump in a kind of different light in certain circles. Like, they're going to look at him like, yo, like, why you backing this scumbag? That kind of thing. Because I mean, look, we all do some fucked up shit, I'm sure, at one point or another in our lives. But like, I've never done anything fucked up enough where it would keep me from being AG if they looked into my background. I'm pretty sure that nobody in this chat, it would keep you out of it. But something like that, yeah, that shit's pretty bad. Uh, so why did he? Because the whole thing is, the one thing about Matt Gaetz, the one reason why you would put him in that position is because if you've ever watched him do his thing with Congress, He had no problem at all getting McCarthy ousted. Like he told McCarthy straight out, if you fuck around, then I'm going to, just call to have you recalled as speaker and have you removed. I will vote like no confidence or whatever in you and have you removed immediately. And McCarthy cut some deal with the Democrats that Gates didn't like, and Gates was just like, "Yep, you're removed," and he got him thrown out. He had a tendency to go. He's a shit stirrer. Like he liked stirring up shit, and he honestly he's pretty good at it. So if you need somebody to go in there like a wrecking ball against the DOJ, then he would have been a good one for it to an extent. But the problem is he doesn't have that law experience. Like, yes, he's a lawyer and stuff like that, but he never tried a case, none of this stuff. But the other chick, on the other hand, like that chick isn't fucking around. She's brilliant, apparently. Democrats like her too because she just legit is. She knows every ounce of the law and will use it effectively against somebody. But yeah, I think he picked Matt Gaetz legit to throw a Molotov at the DOJ because l- look at everything they did. Look at what they did. They went after him. Like they tried to sue him into oblivion. They tried to lock him up. They tried to like take him out 6 ways to Sunday. Anything that they could do, they did to try and get rid of Donald Trump as the nominee, to keep him from the presidency, everything else, and it all fucking failed. But just think, how many millions of dollars in legal fees did Donald Trump have to pay? Like, if he wasn't a billionaire, like, if that had been like a normal ass person, like you or me or anybody else, like, you'd be fucked. You would be so fucked, your head would spin. And then it was like, oh, well, he won the election. Okay, we'll drop everything. Like, what? Well, yeah, because he won the election. That was the whole point to it, was to stop him from the election. And not going to lie at all, doing something like that, I think you should probably lose your law license because you went after somebody because of how they stand politically, and that should not be allowed. You use the law as a fucking weapon against your opponent. It, if Donald Trump pulls some shit like that with the Democrats, I'll be the first one screaming about it too. Like, yo, bro, what? Like, I don't want that shit. Like, if he had gone after Joe Biden for the documents that they found in his place, he would have had a right to it. But at the same point in time, be like, yo, that's your political opponent. Like, you can't do shit like that. Oh, there's going to be a shit ton of people suddenly retiring and resigning. I don't think you're wrong there. And I don't even think it's because he's been keeping track of names. I think people are just like, oh shit, when this email comes out and says, like, for example, do they have access now to like, all the different law cases? Like, who was involved with, like, Alvin Bragg, right? Or no, what was the one? Letitia James, we'll say. Like that whole case. Remember, she went. Was it Letitia James or was it Bonnie Willis? I don't know. One of them went to the White House like twice or something and had conversations. And like Biden said, "Oh, no, 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 those were just we just had like lunch and just had conversations." Well, what if they kept records of the conversations that they had? And what if they're like, "Yeah, so we're going to help you go get Trump." What then? I mean, look, it's already come out like all the polls that were showing, "Oh, it's neck and neck, it's anybody's race or whatever." The entire time, the internal polls for Kamala Harris's side were saying there was never a point in time where they were leading Trump, yet they were still sitting there telling the donors, yeah, if you give us money, look, we're tied, we can win. They fucking flat out just rooked the donors out of their money. They knew they had no chance at winning, so why build up the war chest? Like, I want you to think about it, right? You're a multimillionaire. They come to you and say, look, if you give us, you know, $500,000, you're contributing. We're probably going to stop Donald Trump because look at our polls. Yet you're holding on to the real polls in your pocket that say Trump's up by 2 points in every fucking swing state. You just fucking like rook these people like a grifter. It's fucking dirty as hell. It's greasy. Greasy, as my one friend would say. That is the greasiest shit I've ever heard. Get a different angle on them. There we go. Everybody's like, I guess this is season 2 of GAM's Happy Accidents. But yeah, like I would feel some kind of way. So the next time that can't, like not even that candidate, but next time that political party came to me, if I was that millionaire, and they were just like, yeah, we need 500,000 so we can stop, like, I don't know, JD Vance or whoever the fuck's going to run in 2028. We need X amount of dollars. We got a good chance at beating them. Well, yeah, I'm not giving you $500,000. You guys fucking lied to me. I'm never giving you another goddamn dime. I think they're in real fucking trouble. Like going forward. I think people are talking about, well, in 2 years, they might take the House back or the Senate or whatever the fuck's up for grabs. I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think they're going to get the money to run. Yeah. I, I don't think you're wrong, Sheree. I think you're 100% accurate. I think it's solidified like, yo, the big thing has been that the media is lying to us. The media is losing credibility. MSNBC is on a chopping block. They're going to get sold off, right? That's the rumor, that's the speculation, and that makes sense because if you look at it from a rating standpoint, they're bottoming out. The only thing that's really keeping them running is big pharma ads and what you call it. What if Trump does the smartest thing that he could possibly do and do away with them being allowed to advertise medical stuff on those shows? Like no more Ozempic commercials, no more Pfizer commercials, no more. What's going to happen to something like an MSNBC? They're done. Fold up shop. You got nobody sponsoring you anymore. It's against the law now because I think outside of us and I don't know if it's Amsterdam, Netherlands, something. There's like only two countries in the world that allow shit like that to be advertised, and we're one of them. So that's the other thing, right? Here's here's the other part that scares me is that okay, so let's say the Republic, well, what are they going to do in those 20 years? Like, got to be careful because you need a check and balance. There's a reason why there's two sides. The big thing's going to be, and I don't see this happening. Maybe it'll happen if they lose the next election too. If they lose the midterms, right? If Democrats lose midterms and then they lose the next election, so they lose 2026 and 2028. We'll say they lose both of those. I think they're going to go back to moderate. I don't think they're there yet. They're still arguing about shit that, like, almost like, oh, it's his fault. Oh no, it's this one's fault. Oh no, it's this one's fault. Like they're arguing like they're little kids right now about whose fault it is that this campaign that just happened fell completely fucking flat. They haven't figured it out yet. Like some of them have. Like Bill Maher, he's figured it out. He's like, look, the shit you guys are saying is just, you're fucking people up. Like you're scaring people. The shit you're doing, you're trying to tell people like, no, the economy's great. No, I just went and spent $20 for a fucking carton of eggs. The economy is not great. I want my fucking eggs like $1 for a fucking carton of them. Like, what are we talking about here? You're telling people not to believe shit, and that's going to bite them. And if they don't wake up and realize it, you're going to see the Republicans in power for 20, 30 years. Well, yeah, there you go, Stranded. And it's not even just that you spent $1 billion and some odd dollars, lost spectacular fashion, right? And went 20 million in the hole. No, no, no. It's not just that. You did that shit in 106 days. That's how do you go through $1 billion in 106 days? Like, how's that even possible for you to pull that shit off? Like, I don't understand how could you give me $1 billion and unless I go and do something like well, I bought these 10 islands. There's no fucking way I'm going through it in 100 days. Trump only had like $400 million too. That's fucking crazy. But the big difference was this. Joe Rogan, hey Trump, you want to come on my show and have a discussion? Absolutely. Kamala Harris, you want to come on my show, have a discussion? No, but I will go on Who's Your Daddy's podcast, and I'm not willing to fly there, so I'll just have him build a set for it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Get your fucking ass on a plane and fly there for $300. Instead, you're going to spend $100,000, $200,000 on a set just because you don't feel like traveling somewhere. Like, get the fuck out of it. It's not like you're doing anything else. Like, your job is to fucking win the presidency. But if we're being quite honest here, if she had gone on Joe Rogan, she would have been like exposed in a matter of like no time at all. It would have been like the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes in, and Joe Rogan would have said what Joe Rogan always said. Wait, what do you mean by that? What does that mean exactly? It's over at that point. Well, you know what I mean, Joe. No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you. What does that mean? Everybody else doesn't understand what that means. What does that mean? Uh, 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 does not compute. Not pre-programmed with answer. Like, just you'd hear like collective head smack from the other room, from all the staffers listening. Like, it would have been a disaster. She would have lost by like twice as much, three times as much had she done Rogan, because Rogan would have exposed her. Because that's the one good thing about Joe Rogan is he wouldn't even have been trying to. I mean, for fuck's sake, the woman fucked the View up. How do you go on the View where they're talking actively about people not happy with the economy, everything else, and even though they're on your team, they're sitting there talking about shit like this, and you go on there and they say, "What would you do different than Biden?" And nothing comes to mind is the response. Like, you're fucked. Well, and that's just it, Stranded. So, paid Oprah over 1 million. Well, no, technically paid Oprah's company, her production company, over 1 million. 1.8 million apparently. Like, wait a minute. So you're paying them just over 1 million? Well, no, I paid Oprah's whatchamacallit just over 1 million. Okay. So what are we talking about here? Now, here's the thing. Technically, they would have to pay them that money because if it wasn't Kamala Harris and it was somebody else like Donald Trump wanted to use them, he would have had to pay that same amount of money. And by campaign finance law, you can't just have somebody donate services to you like that. It goes against the, I guess it goes against the campaign finance laws. If somebody donates it to you, it's an in-kind donation to the campaign. Can't do it. It's too expensive or too high. Sonny didn't even sink her though. She sunk herself. Like Sonny thought she was throwing her a softball, I think. Like, here you go. Here's a layup. We'll just ask you what you would do different than Biden. You'll come back with, well, I think that, we can do better with, the pullout from Afghanistan. We could have done better with, you know, food's still too high up. I think I have a plan to reduce it. Blah, 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 blah. Sonny was thinking she's going to come back with, nope, I wouldn't have done shit different. And even funnier, did you guys hear about why they forced Biden to step down? I don't know if you guys heard this, but apparently the reason that they forced Biden out, they're like, hey, dude, you need to step down now, is because their internal polling showed him losing to Trump in 49 out of the 50 states. Trump would have beat him in a 49 state landslide. That's crazy. But still, how are you going to force somebody to step down like that? That's even crazier. Like, yeah, man, you got to step down. So, yeah. Yeah, you're going to lose. So you got to get out of this race now. Well, you can't do that. Oh, no. Well, that's just it. How's Joe Biden negotiating right now, Stranded? Answer: he's not. It's not Joe Biden. Joe Biden walks in the room, says, yeah, this is Tony Blinken. He'll be handling, he's got my proxy. So whatever he says is basically you take it like it's coming from me. Kind of like, remember the whole thing, the big thing with the, they talked about Biden with him going over to Ukraine and him saying you're not going to get that money. And the guy was like, well, you're not President Obama. You can't hold it back. And he was kind of like, hold my beer. And he goes, and then son of a bitch, he called me and, I got the whatchamacallit. Like all of a sudden, like we were back in business. Yeah, it would be the same thing. That's exactly what Biden has been doing with Anthony Blinken and what's the other dude's name? I can't even remember the other guy's name. But that's what Biden's been doing this whole time. He's not. He goes out in front of the press, sits down, shakes hand with the president or whatever of like like Bodhi of India, sits down, shakes his hand, and all that, does the photo op, walks off, and then says, "Yeah, take it up with so and so. He's my head of state. He of the State Department. He's my he's this. He's that position." And he's got my, like whatever he says is what I'm saying. And he just goes to the fucking beach. And that's how our government has been running for the past 3, almost 4 years now. Like it's terrifying. And like I don't know. I'm gonna tell you flat out that Biden is the reason that Kamala like really got her ass beat, because not only was he just shitty before in office and stuff like this. No, he'd pulled different shit all along the way. Like Kamala wasn't supposed to be the nominee. That is not who Obama, Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all the guys that are actually in the upper core of the Democrat Party wanted. I had always said it went one of two ways, and it definitely went one of two ways. It went this way. Joe Biden announced her as the nominee, or endorsed her as the next, you know what I mean, candidate before they could do a primary and say, okay, we're going to throw it to an open primary because Biden's not running and everything else. He screwed them right then and there. And then he pulled shit like she went to go have this whole big talk and all the cameras were on her and everything. And the moment she started to have this big announcement or what have you, Biden called a press conference and walked into the press room, or, the whole his supporters are garbage thing. She's sitting there doing a thing out in front of the White House, like a rally, and getting everybody amped up. And then Joe Biden sits in the back and does a fucking private call with somebody. And, it says, well, his supporters are garbage. And that becomes the headline. It overruled her. He cut her legs out from under her at the same time. It was fucked up. Good night forever. Yeah, but Joe Biden absolutely sabotaged her. 110% sabotaged her on purpose. I mean, I guess that goes without saying if he sabotaged her, right? But yeah, he did that shit on purpose. Just because he's old and nutty and like has dementia doesn't mean that he's not still a politician for 50 years. Like, you ever see that movie RoboCop? Like the old movie RoboCop, not the new crappy version, but the old original, right? The young executive pitches RoboCop because Ed 209 fails and all that, completely cuts the legs off the old executive, and the old executive's like goes into the bathroom, and here's the young executive that pitched RoboCop talking shit. And he says to him, like, oh, you think you're so smart and all this other stuff. Well, you just fucked up, mister, and goes off on him and then has him, like, executed later and all that. That's basically Joe Biden is that old executive. Like, he knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot. Oh, dude. Did you see the, so What's funny is I saw the AI version of that phone call and it's fucking hysterical. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they she like starts out and she starts talking. She has a martini, and then it's a bottle of wine, like, and she's pounded from it, and the way it's like cut together, and then like she gets up and throws up in like a planner. Oh, dude, well, think about it. I really want you to think about it. Let's say your whole life you want to be an astronaut, right? You train and you break your ass and you work your guts out. They fly you up to outer space and you are now an astronaut. And they're like, "Yeah, you're going to go on the next mission too and you're going to be gone for 4 years. You know, the first mission was 4 years, you get back, you're going up, you're going to be on the next mission and all of a sudden you're a little slower on the gun. You're not thinking so straight and everything else and they're just like, "You know what? You're not going back up ever again." Everything you work for your entire life, yeah, you got one shot at it. We kind of like screwed you on that one. So now we're really going to screw you. And Joe Biden just legit turned around and was like, fuck me, no, fuck you. And he did. And he screwed them. That man screwed them. Joe Biden was like, I am the one who will be doing the fucking here. And he completely just put it right in their butt. No lube, no nothing. Just screwed them. And what makes it even worse is now as these revelations come out, you know, the paying the celebrities for their endorsements and knew we were going to lose the whole time, blew through $1.5 billion, $20 million in the hole. Like, as all this little dirty bullshit leaks out, because it's all going to come out. Yeah, this is like it's going to damage a lot of credibility. Nancy Pelosi's pretty much done. Barack Obama's power has dropped like 10 notches. Like he just lost. He was like the God King of the Democrat Party, and his credibility just took a fucking huge hit. Joe Biden's basically like playing it off like he's fucking Urkel. Like, did I do that? No, I'll be honest with you. I wish I had seen the. I haven't seen the real deal. I just saw the AI version. It was hysterical. Like, I mean, it was funny. I do think we can fix all of it, though, guys. Like, I think it can be fixed, but it's just going to take the right people. Um, I was watching, I want to say it was Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it was Jordan Peterson. And he was talking to, I want to say Piers Morgan. And he said something that resonated with me because of how brilliant it actually was. And he was like, look at the team that Donald Trump has assembled to go into that White House. He's like, he surrounded himself. Tulsi, RFK Jr., Vivek Ramaswamy, this one, that one, the other one. He's like, he didn't put together a cabinet to go in and run the government for 4 years. He put together a team to go on a quest. Yeah, make sure you see the AI version, Stranded. You'll laugh your ass off. Like, I mean, that it's ridiculously funny. It's depressing, but it's fun. Because, like, whoever did it, I'm going to tell you what, AI is starting to get scary as shit. Like, when she gets up and throws up into Planner, it's like, what? For a second there, I thought it really was her. I was like, what? What? But yeah, I don't know. Let's hope. Let's hope beyond hope that the future, the future is bright, and the future plays out in a way that benefits all Americans, every last one of us, where everybody's happy. You know, like, let's hope they do make our food better. Let's hope that our economy does get stronger. Let's hope that people find kindness again, and just they want to be Americans and be proud to be Americans. You know, cut back this just the nastiness to one another. See if we can't come together as one people and fix it. Damn, that is a sea of black. So, the money going to Ukraine, I don't think it's blackmail money. What I think all the money going to Ukraine is money laundering. I think, say for every dollar we give the Ukrainians, 25 cents of it gets kicked back to this person, that person, the other person, right? So let's say every dollar, 5 cents immediately goes to Hunter Biden's whatever company, right? Nancy Pelosi's husband has a company that owns this, that, or the other. They get like 5 cents of it, of that quarter. It's not all that much if you're talking about like $100. We're talking about $200 billion. How many nickels is that? You know, who benefits? Like, who's really benefiting from the war? Because I'll tell you what, we haven't diminished Russia. Russia never even sent their full force yet. I think there's a reason for that. I think they held out on sending in their main military force because they knew it would weaken them. Like, Putin knew it would weaken Russia. So he's just going to send the fodder. You know, no person should be considered fodder, but let's call a spade here. You don't send your best, you send your all rights. I don't think he actually like was like, yeah, we're gonna march in there and just take out everybody. I think he knew that if he did, one, if he did conquer Ukraine, let's say Putin took over Ukraine. Would you want a whole pocket full of people that are going to be resisting you the entire time, or people that are going to be like, hell yeah, we're glad you're here? We can see where you showed us mercy. I don't know. I know that the shit needs to end. I know that just by the numbers, we're talking 1 million dead. I know Ukraine, for as corrupt as it is in tatters right now. That their average age of their soldiers is like 65. That's fucking terrible. I know that it put a strain on a lot of things, panicked a lot of people, fucked a lot of things up. It's got to end. I know the war in the Middle East, that shit's never really going to be over till one side or the other is completely wiped out because they've been fighting since, pretty much biblical times. I don't think Zelensky has it, but there is a Ukrainian oligarch that apparently has a uh, a tape that apparently of Joe Biden and Hunter Biden agreeing to terms for business to launder money. Now, how true or false that is, I have no idea, but I know that's been reported for a long ass time. As a matter of fact, that's what the phone call between Trump and Zelensky way back when was about. So, that shit can speculate all day, but I've never heard the tape, so I couldn't tell you. But supposedly it exists. Like, supposedly there's like 3 tapes or something that exposes the whole deal. One thing I am kind of like, and this is just me speculating, but I would not be surprised if we found out later on, probably after Joe Biden passes away, that Xi Jinping over in China has like a video of Hunter Biden either with somebody who's underage or he killed her by accident, like a prostitute or something. That's just me speculating. There's no fact to that, but I don't know. It just feels right to me. Like there's some reason why Xi Jinping is more willing to kind of kiss Trump's ass and then really put it in Biden's. There's something about it like he has some kind of guarantee from Biden. And the only way you have a guarantee from anybody, especially a politician, is if you actually have the goods and the dirt on them. I don't know about that one, Stranded. So, one of the legislative things that Joe Biden did, he he tried to get legislation through, and I don't know if it passed or if it didn't, but I think it did, that funds them even in the event that they got knocked out of power. It funds them for like the next 5 years or some shit. But it's going to be interesting to see. The other interesting thing to see is, let's say Trump does come in and end the Ukraine Russia war, right? Like he said. When do they hold the election? Because Zelensky was supposed to be out of power like a year ago, and because they're in war, they couldn't hold an election. So he technically is an oligarch at this point and not a democratically elected leader. He's just the last democratically elected leader. I mean, it's possible. You got the House, you got the Senate, and you got the presidency. There might be a way to overturn it, but I, politicians are slick like that. Like they're smart. They're smart and they're slick, and if they can figure out a way to get you, they will. Like like I said, I don't think Biden was a political genius in the way he took Kamala out and put her in. But I do think maybe at one point he wasn't bad at it and he just had that moment of clarity and was like, let's do this, let's do that. Or even better, it'd be really funny if it turns out it was either Jill doing it or it was Hunter Biden doing it. That forced their hand this way because they got screwed. So my last thing, because everything is, with the exception of Venom, which I'm going to re-cure him. So I got to put him under UV, otherwise it would have painted him because he's still leaking or what have you. But my last question for everybody for tonight, where we take this, we end the stream or what have you. Does Joe Biden pardon Hunter Biden on the way out of the Oval Office or not? What do you guys think? I'm gonna say that either he made an agreement with Trump where Trump will pardon him as a sign of unity, or he's going to pardon him on the way out the door. And he's going to say, because I dropped out of the race or whatever, I said that if I remained president, I wouldn't pardon him, but I'm not remaining president, therefore I am pardoning him. I think that's a safe bet too, Sheree. I think that's 100% logical. I think that makes sense. Yeah, at this point in the game, I wouldn't put it past Joe Biden at all, to do anything. Like it almost seemed like he tried to escalate the war between Russia and Ukraine the other day. So power does not like to surrender itself lightly, and I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be screwed up for the next couple months, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully, everything goes well. Yeah, he really did. Like that. I don't even want to think about it because, like, one nuke, one nuke, and everything just the whole world is going to change. One wrong step and this whole world changes, and it changes for the absolute worst. But I think we'll be all right. I think we'll make it through. Things suck sometimes. We'll make it through. But it is 1:25 a.m. Everything that I had to paint is pretty much black. I've got to find Gandalf's sword. I've got to recure Venom and his stand and find out why that's still leaking resin. It should all be solid, but I'm going to make sure it's solid, even if I've got to cut open the bottom of the base and make it solid myself. I'm going to take it down. I appreciate you guys. I'm surprised. I'm shocked that so many people came in for Thanksgiving. I appreciate all you guys. Um, just listen to me flap my gums, watching me paint my stuff, and then we'll start painting on next Thursday. Next Thursday's show, I think we're gonna do the Krampus. He's got to get done for Christmas, so he's gonna be an immediate job. Same thing with the Conan over there. Mr. Conan's got to be done here for Christmas. So those will probably be my next couple that I'm gonna do. Thank you guys. Like honestly, I'm thankful for you on Thanksgiving because you guys, stranded. I'm happy that you were able to come in here and I hope you enjoyed yourself. This is your first one. I hope it gets better by 2025 too, Stranded. But I do appreciate you guys. And I'll be back next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Thank you again. Subscribe if you haven't, like if you haven't, and I'll either catch you on other streams or I'll catch you back here Thursday. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Sheree, that shout out to being the best mod on the damn internet, and thank you again for the happy Thanksgiving today. It really did make my day. I'm not going to lie a little bit. I do appreciate the hell out of you. And until next time, guys, thanks. And remember, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.